Good evening, and welcome to the March 9th, 2023 York County Board of Zoning Appeals meeting. The first item on the agenda is meeting minute approval from last meeting. Has everyone had a chance to review them, and does anyone have any comments?
I move to approve.
Second. All in favor, raise your right hand. Okay, minutes approved. We have no old business, so we'll move on to new business. We could get the next slide.
We go through the rules.
Okay. The way the meeting will proceed, for each case, staff will come up and give their presentation. Afterwards, the applicant will have a opportunity to give their presentation. When you come up, please give your name and address into the microphone. Once the applicant has given their presentation, it's open for the public, either for or against, to speak. Afterwards, the applicant will have a chance to come back for additional comments if they wish. At that point in time, the public's side of this hearing is closed and will be open for motion and discussion and vote by the board. So, having said that, let's move on to the first case, ZBA 22-16B.
Our first case tonight is leftover from last year. We're catching up. We've finally gotten everything we need. The applicant is Corey Goldstein on behalf of Maverick Venture Group. Property location is 305 and 325 Ashley Woods Drive. The zoning in the area is RSF 30, and they are requesting a variance to minimum lot width requirements. Previous code said lot frontage, current code says lot width. And here on the aerial, this area is just southeast of Rock Hill, off of Old Friendship, which you can see kind of crossing the map there. And this is fairly near the intersection of Leslie Highway and Anderson Road. You can see that there are many state-maintained roads in the area. Those are usually older roads, so this is an older community of roads. But there are some county and private roads also in the area. Ashley Woods, with this variance is on, is a private road, as is Naughty Branch. Naughty Branch intersects Fields Farm, which is county, and then Fields Farm intersects Old Friendship, which is state. So we have a nice mixture of road maintenance there. And here on the zoning map, our parcel here is in the middle of the RSF 30. There are some variety of zoning designations, but they are all larger residential lot size designations. We're going to go to here. This is Derek's slide. He likes the colors. The outline in blue is the current lot configuration. They were requesting the two red lines be put in. That would make all three lots front on Ashley Woods, which is a private road. It's basically a driveway. And there's no easement for that road through those lots. Ashley Woods intersects with Naughty Branch, also privately. It's a platted easement. It is not a deeded easement. So there's no maintenance agreements, no shared interest agreements, anything like that. And then the green there is Fields Farm, which is the county maintenance. So all three lots would access Ashley Woods, and then they're about Ashley Woods in the intersection of Naughty Branch is about 350 feet away from a county maintained road. And they are proposing to, they're requesting 3 100-foot lot width variances. They will need 3. There's 0 road frontage on a county or state maintained road. So in order to do this configuration, they will need 3 different variances, but all for the same amount. They are requesting the variances to divide the 2 existing homes from each other out there and then create an empty parcel on which to build or place another home. We'll go through the findings. So for extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to a particular piece of property, surrounding parcels conform to the zoning requirement of one home per parcel. In addition, the majority of the surrounding lots are approximately the size of the proposed lot acreages, that about 1 acre or slightly less. Staff finds the proposed variance for road frontage, minimum lot width meets this criteria. Unlike the project sites, surrounding properties appear to be conforming as it relates to total number of homes per parcel. So staff finds the variance also meets this criteria. Going on to conditions of the application of this chapter to particular piece of property would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict the utilization. The lot is the current location of 2 homes on 1 parcel. While a grandfathered use, the lot is currently non-conforming, meaning accessory structures or additions to the existing homes are not allowed. Dividing the land would create a conforming use and allow individual owners to fully utilize their homes and land. So staff finds the proposed variance meets this criteria also. Going on to D, the authorization of the variance will not be a substantial detriment to adjacent property or to the public good. Due to the lack of shared ownership and maintenance agreements, adding a 3rd home to the subject parcel will create an additional burden on the existing 10 homes that already use Naughty Branch Trail as an access. Therefore, staff finds this variance does not meet this particular criteria. So as a recommendation, staff finds the proposed variance request does not meet all 4 criteria. Staff recommends denial of the requested variance. And I'll go back to that picture. Do we have any questions for staff?
Yeah, you said there's not an what is the 25-foot, labels a 25-foot easement, which appears to be paralleling the dirt drive, which I guess is called Ashley Woods.
They are platted easements, which means it just appears on paper. There's no shared ownership, no shared maintenance. It's basically where the driveway should be for access.
Are both of the homes there currently occupied?
Yes.
So we would be just going from 2 to 3?
They are currently occupied by renters. The property owner themselves is the landlord, and he would like to subdivide to create an additional lot for an additional rental property.
Do you know how long Naughty Branch Trail is?
How long what?
Naughty Branch Trail. So this configuration would use approximately 350 feet of Naughty Branch. Do you know how long Naughty Branch is altogether and how many homes are on it?
There's approximately 10 homes on it. If you look at the map, you can see Naughty Branch to the north of the parcel, and then it curves up north, and it accesses the additional lots, goes back 1, 2, 3, and then the last 2 lots back there. So there's multiple homes that access this particular private drive.
If, on point D, it says due to a lack of shared ownership and maintenance agreements, well, that condition already exists. But if there was a maintenance agreement in place, which we've seen before, would that shift your analysis?
It would shift a bit. They would have to have a shared maintenance agreement with everybody on Naughty Branch, and then that group would have to allow this group to have access to it. Right now, it's a free-for-all. There's nothing out there saying nobody can use a certain part of the road or anything like that. And there's no maintenance except for one property owner doing it.
You have any idea if the homes on Naughty Branch are primarily owner-occupied or rental homes?
There are several rental, but as you get farther back into Naughty Branch, they are owner-occupied.
Let's see. And so just to clarify, if we were to add this third tract, would that be accessed off the Ashley Woods or the Naughty Branch?
It would be Ashley Woods.
It would be Ashley Woods, so there would, okay,
That's currently where that area accesses
okay.
already, so.
So there would be no egress off of Naughty, it would be off of Ashley, it would just be a
There's
normal.
a ditch there, but
Okay.
since it's privately maintained, we really don't have control over encroachments.
And so the Ashley Woods, that only serves, right now, the 2 tracks, potentially the 3 tracks, is that the
Well,
only?
it serves 2 homes, potentially
2,
3.
3,
One
okay.
tract.
Right, thank you.
Actually, I do have one last question. So right now, the situation is there's 2 residences there that are non-conforming. If the property was divided into 2 instead of 3 to bring it in conformance, would that change anything
It
in
would,
the
but that was
analysis?
not what was requested.
Okay, just curious.
The bottom line is no road frontage.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and the applicant has a presentation also. The big button goes forward, the bottom button goes back. Okay?
Thank you. Good evening, Board. That was a great presentation. Thank you very much. My name's Corey Goldstein. My address is 168 Highway 274, number 309, Lake Wiley, South Carolina, 29710.
Thank you.
Everything was great. It was a great analysis. The only addition that I would make would be that one of the 3 current tenants has actually expressed an interest in buying the home, 325. She's been there for about 5 years, 4.5 years now, and is not able to do that. I recognize financial considerations aren't part of the board's consideration, but I was interested in being able to help facilitate their family to buy that house. And so I'm not interested in more rental houses. I'm interested in having more owners. So the goal currently, the people have been there. The 325 house has been there for, tenant's been occupied for about 5 years, about 3.5 years for the 315 house. He's not interested in buying, but I have other people that are. So just to clarify, the area would in fact be more ownership-based versus tenant-based. Certainly.
Track- Oh, sorry, thank you. We have track A, B, and C, so
Okay.
which one is which? Just
Certainly.
so we can get a visual.
Right. So this was the initial plat, right? And let's go to this one here. So
Correct.
track C would be 325.
Okay,
It's, and I believe the answer to the question, I'm answering a different question, Mr. Hunter, which was the length of Naughty Branch. I don't know the answer to that. I believe there's a couple other people here that may have that answer. The road itself for Ashley Wood is approximately 900 feet, I believe. The county did such a fantastic job in presenting. I don't think it makes sense for me to go over those points. What I can share with you is that based upon an analysis that I had performed on 5-mile circumference analysis of nearly 1,400 acres, I found that there were only 3 private roads in this area, and which was really interesting. And 2 of those 3 private roads had in excess of 9-acre parcels with 1 single-family home on them. And they have been owned by, different families for many, many years. There have been no requests for any variances or anything like this. And so in reviewing the location, it is quite unique in that it takes 2 roads to get to a major collector road, which would be Old Friendship Road. And interesting about Old Friendship Road is the traffic, the estimated traffic based upon the SCDOT is 400 cars a day. And that is 1.5 miles to the feeder. So where Field Farms is to the distance of Old Friendship and in this example, 188 is 1.5 miles away. So the traffic is very, very low, and the additional house would impact it by maybe 1 or 2 additional cars a day. So you're looking at maybe 15 to 20 cars travel that road on a daily basis. This is actually Knotty Branch right here. You can see it. The distance from Knotty Branch and Field Farms, which is where the blue circle is well, just the distance from Ashley Woods to the end of the property is nearly 285 feet. I would venture to say it's relatively the same from Ashley Woods to Field Farms. This is the actual overall view of Knotty Branch. You can see that there are 10 lots that are there. I believe that they're the next door neighbor, Miss Sharon Helms, I believe is here. I saw her name. And excuse me, jumping around here. I'm only doing this because of the county's great work. You can see in the very top near where 11 o'clock and 12 o'clock would be, you'll see Sharon Helms and Sharon Helms. She owns 2 homes directly across the street of the property, and she was kind enough to be here today and in support of this. That's a little study, and she, in fact, will speak on her behalf about that. To add what the county was addressing around road maintenance, we prepared a road maintenance agreement for the 3 homes, which would be 305, 315, and 325. We included a copy in, it's not very legible. Oh, my mistake. There, well, it's not legible at all. Okay. We've put together a private road maintenance agreement, so each home would have financial responsibility to take care of that road through the end of time. That's on Ashley Woods Road, which would be 3 homes. In having conversations with the area owners, I actually delivered 10 letters requesting conversations, me to have conversations with those people. I've actually had 2 conversations with of the 10 area owners, and both are in support of this. They actually like having a road maintenance agreement because there's one person that has taken it upon herself to do the work, and it may not necessarily be satisfying all the other parties that have lots there, and so they would very much like some type of standardized maintenance agreement. And even though I believe that this is outside the terms of my request, I would absolutely help facilitate that for the neighborhood. I think it only would make a difference because, as you well know, when you have one neighbor doing one thing and there's 9 other people watching, it usually doesn't go so well. So I would help facilitate that, and I'm sure the people that are here would happily be able to speak on that. So there's really not anything more for me to add other than the fact that the quality of home that will be up there will be consistent with everything else that's in the neighborhood. In all likelihood, it'll be a single-family home or a double-wide or a triple-wide, just like the other houses that are on Ashley Woods. And they'd be consistent with everything else that's there.
So I do have a question. When you mentioned the agreement and facilitating conversations so that there could be an agreement, we did get an email or a letter that we have access to here stating that there had been attempts to get you to agree to a road maintenance agreement that it appears from the letter here that that was not successful. And it even says that you had been billed $360 for gravel, which is yet to be paid.
That was.
So can you explain the discrepancy there?
Absolutely, absolutely. I don't think there's a discrepancy whatsoever. The person that that called me, Dana, I believe it was, called me in the middle of a construction site and telling me that, and this was going back probably 3 years. I don't remember anything about a maintenance agreement other than the promise that I had to her to reimburse her or to share $360. No problem. I have no problem with taking care of that, and I acknowledge that I didn't do that. And so I'm interested in, certainly making things right. That's only 2 people of 10 homes, right? So I'm not really interested in taking care of all 10 houses, right? I would certainly pay my fair share towards that and certainly make any agreement, but I don't remember anything about any shared maintenance agreement in that moment. I remember it was a pretty high-pressure moment. We were pouring concrete, and she was telling me, you need to pay this, you need to pay this. I go, listen, this is not a good time. You need to call me back, right? We need to set up a time to do that. So I acknowledge that, and, certainly that is, that's something that I can complete with her if she wants to do that tonight.
Also, in the same letter that Derek was referring to, she pretty much asked that it be paved. Is that, do you foresee it remaining gravel even if, under the agreement, or down the road you see it, no pun intended?
Yeah.
Being paved?
It's a great question. I talked to Dolly, who is the York County Public Works. And I said, can you tell me some history on this road? She said, it's been a private road since May 13th of 2002. There have been numerous requests to have, I made a request, maybe Dana made a request, maybe other people have. I would love, and I'm sure the other people would love to have a road installed. At $80 or $90 a foot times, 1,000 feet, $80 or $100,000. For me to pay that, I don't see that. What I do see is that if everybody collectively got together and made a request to the county for consideration, and there was mutual agreement on that, of course, it would impact their taxes and a variety of other things. I would spearhead that. I had that conversation with Public Works some time ago.
Okay.
So, as a matter of fact, Knotty Branch, probably close to 50% of it is paved of the front. So 50% of the road leading up to Ashley Woods is paved. The other maybe 50 feet to Ashley Woods is gravel. And Dana, I don't know her last name, I apologize, manages all of the taking it upon herself to manage all of the stone all the way down the road. And may not necessarily, I don't know her experience around grading, so I couldn't speak to that. I don't go down that road. So I would very much like to see, and I'm sure others would like to see it improved.
Can we go back to the site plan? Or a site, I think it's, no, this one.
There you go.
Yeah, so right, it shows up a little on the black and white one better, but right next to the E in edge of pavement, there's a kind of a line across the road. And again, it doesn't show up as well on this graphic as it does on our black and white one. No, it's on here. Anyways.
Can you direct me to where you're looking?
Yeah, it's right, if you can see right
Okay.
there.
Is that at the edge of Field Farms and Knotty Branch? Or is that on the lot itself?
Can you go back to the one that is colored? Well, my question is going to be, and there's some photos that were submitted from Ms. Hutchinson that seem to also show that there is pavement to some degree. So right about where that center line of Knotty Branch Trail, and there's an arrow just past that, and it's about where the E is in edge of pavement. There's a line across the road. Is that approximately where, I mean,
Where the
in these
blacktop
photos,
ends?
it looks like there is some pavement.
Yes.
So really, the only gravel is kind of along that section from where it says edge of dirt road to
Is this a pointer? I'm
your,
sorry, I was looking for a pointer.
property.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
It's approximately 30 feet, maybe 35 feet to the edge of the blacktop to the entrance of Ashley Woods.
Okay.
But beyond that, it's all gravel.
How long has that been paved?
I don't have the answer to that. But it's in,
Is there, I believe there's one driveway before you reach Ashley Woods?
there is one driveway before you reach Ashley Woods. Yes, there's a single wide trailer with a gravel drive.
So if you have 3 separate lots, do you have plans for 3 separate wells, 3 separate septic systems?
Yes.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll open this up for anyone who would like to speak for this project? For?
Chair, may I chime in real quick with a section of the code that I think is relevant that wasn't listed in the staff report? It's 155.1080E, and it's minimum lot width. So due to compounding property access issues in the county, variance requests for the minimum lot width requirements of this chapter are strongly disfavored. So I just wanted to float that out to y'all so you had all the relevant information to make an informed decision.
Can you expand on that?
Well, much like how we're sort of talking about right now with there's so many drives off of it, there are 9 or 10 houses, this is where the pavement ends, all these different property owners, it used to be family, now someone sold. There's just a whole lot going on out there. So that was sort of the reason that this section was added to the code, just to avoid that sort of stuff.
Which section was that? What was that number, 155?
.1080E.
I guess my question is, what does that section specifically say with
Is it-
regards to lot width?
Are we non-conforming in accordance to that particular section ordinance?
Well, I mean, that's why they're here for the variance. It's saying that it's strongly disfavored.
We would be doing a variance for 3 lots, going from the minimum required 100 feet to 0 feet
Right.
for 3 lots.
Okay. All right, well, it's,
Although the minimum lot width, there is no frontage, right? The county doesn't take into consideration lot frontage on private roads. And so I've got 2 private roads, so it's not anything that's in the code, correct? So lot frontage is not considered on private roads.
Well, I think that got switched, and I think Marion addressed that in her staff report. When we did recode, it changed from frontage to lot width. So it is addressed. I think it just has different language.
Private roads, there's not many, and there's not a lot of information on private roads. There are exceptions under the 2019 of the 1619 code. That was in 2019, and that, of course, has been updated. But it also does address, if you look at the 155-0572, which is what originally what this was regarding. It deals with a 100-foot lot width for RSF 30, and the minimum lot width I have is 189 feet. It's width, though, not frontage.
Yes, I think we're saying the same thing. It's
Okay.
just semantics.
Okay?
So it changed from frontage with recode to lot width. So that's what you're requesting a variance to. The language changed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for that clarification.
Well, it's- Okay, let's go back. Do we open up to anyone who wants to speak for or against this application?
Yes, my name is Dana Hutchison. I live at 1783 Naughty Branch Trail. Basically, I'm the person they're talking about. When I purchased my property 10 years ago, there was essentially no road. It was a goat path. My real estate agent parked up on Fields Farm Road, pointed down there and said, you need to go about 1,600 feet there to the left. That's how bad the road was. I knew when I bought my home that I would need to improve this road. I spent about $12,000 putting in from the pavement on, because it was about a 4-foot deep creek. And no one had ever maintained it, had not put a tractor on it, nothing, And it was a family. And so they were happy, they didn't mind. There were a lot of people that came from the neighborhood to go bogging. If you're familiar with what that is, you can imagine what that road was like. It was a favorite bogging spot. And so I ended up, and also from what I understand, Ms. Helms, she's a fairly recent owner, but that was one of the very first homes, her first home that she lives in, that was placed there. And that paving is about 12 feet wide, and it was put in for her driveway to her home, period. There was nothing else. She was one of the very first people that came there. So at this point in time, that pavement actually comes down and turns into her driveway. And so that was built as a driveway, not as a private road. And 12 feet wide, basically, if anybody and that is appropriate, that's about 300 feet of dealing with a 12-foot wide space. So if you're coming in or out, somebody has to back up, somebody has to stop, somebody has to wait. I have, over the last 10 years, invested my own money, my own, maintenance. It is the biggest problem with that. And I'm only concerned with Mr. Goldstein's use of what portion of Naughty Branch that he uses. I don't think he should have anything to do with the rest of it. That which is past Ashley Woods doesn't involve him. I have to say, I don't know where the road maintenance agreement discussion got put in, but I have to agree with Mr. Goldstein. I never, we may have chatted about it, but I don't remember anything formal coming from it. I would love to have, in my own deed, it does say that each person, there is a deeded right-of-way ingress of 40 feet for every lot on Naughty Branch Trail. So that last 40 feet is for ingress use. Ms. Helms has allowed about 15 feet. She doesn't allow the 40 feet that is, I tried at one time to try and make it 2-lane so that everyone could pass, ambulances could get in. Basically, at this point in time, it's very difficult I had a fire and the fire engine was not able to get in there. I have talked with planning regarding bringing it up to specs to have it paved, et cetera, or at least have it graded. That is impossible. None of the 10 houses are willing to put up with any of that. And prior to my purchasing mine, I think I was the first person outside of the family. of the Watkins family, which is that development. So needless to say, I've never been popular since the day I moved in. But I do maintain that road so that I can get in and out of my home, and I've been doing it for 10 years. When Mr. Goldstein bought his, property, he was doing a lot of construction. Other places, there were huge dump trucks coming in and out. That is why the transition from that asphalt to the gravel is, and you have a photograph of that, that is our problem. That is almost a weekly problem for me. That has to be maintained, that gravel has to be, it's a 6-inch drop. So if I don't get out there on my tractor and try and make that transition, people's cars get struck. I've had my neighbors tell me that their mufflers get scraped, even though not one single member has ever offered to participate in any of the maintenance. But that is my problem, and I'm not asking for anything like that. But the increased use and the fact that Mr. Goldstein, in the last number of years that he's owned that property, there is turning in, there is a culvert. It's never been cleaned. So of course it fills up and all that rain goes on down Knotty Branch, which erodes it even more. So there's been no maintenance at all by Mr. Goldstein. So all I'm saying is if there's going to be increased use of that road, which doesn't really affect me because I live I'm at the complete opposite end. So the number of cars and all that really doesn't bother me. But the fact that I have to get out there almost on a weekly basis with my tractor and make that asphalt to gravel transition usable. And so my request was, I think the only remedy for that section of pavement ending in gravel is for that pavement to be extended to Ashley Woods. And that way there would be no transition. That is, and I believe this road has been in there since the 90s, 1990. And so that pavement, I think, was in the 90s. So it is a very old situation, and that pavement is only 12 feet wide. Now, I have carved a bit of dirt, so that if an Amazon truck and a car get there, somebody can get a little bit on the dirt and get by. But basically, all I've tried to do is maintain a good road and try and make it so an ambulance or a fire truck can get in there. It's still iffy. Ambulances can get in now. They could not before. And so I just think we need to do something with regard to that section from Fields Farm to Ashley Woods. That is my only concern. The rest of Knotty Branch is not, and I know for a fact that none of the people living on Knotty Branch have any desire to get involved in anything. They haven't for 10 years. I don't think they would like to now, because that would involve them requiring some money to maintain it. But nobody maintains it except me. But that's my only concern. If he would be willing to make that transition, to repair that and make it a smooth and non-degrading situation, I would be very happy. Or if he would agree to, equally maintain that 300-foot section and get somebody out there once a week to keep it going. That's all I'm trying to do. I'm almost 70 years old. I don't know how much longer I'll be able to do all this. But I think that because his tenants use that, yes, Ashley Wood, he may have a road maintenance agreement with those 2 or 3 people, but that doesn't affect Knotty Branch, which everybody uses. So that's the section that I'm concerned about, and only that section.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions?
I think you had some other questions about Knotty Branch. I believe that it is about 1,800 feet long, but that really doesn't matter because the only issue is the 300-foot section from Fields Farm to Ashley Woods.
So does your property at the corner of Fields Farm and Knotty,
My property?
Branch?
My
Yes.
property is all the way at the end of Knotty Branch Trail. I am lot 4.
yes, I don't see you on here.
It kind of dead ends.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
There's 5 and
gotcha.
6 are
She's
at the
past
very
it.
end, and
She's past it.
and I'm number
Okay.
4. Yeah. And Watkins, so, but as I say, that road's been there for many, many years. It was, that was sold to Mr. Watkins, I believe in 1990.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Do we have anybody, hold on, do we have anyone else who would like to speak for or against? Okay, if you'd like to come back up and make a brief response.
I would certainly be open to extending that blacktop into Ashley Woods. Yeah, be fine. I think that would be great. I didn't recognize that drop-off was so severe. And you know, the other parties, you know, are interested. At least two other parties I know are interested in some kind of a maintenance agreement, and I would stand by the, you know, helping the area, you know, have integrity to it, so it works. So she's not the only one doing the heavy lifting.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I just chime in real quick? I've had a couple thoughts about all this. When we are talking about easements, that is a civil matter. So that is something that is between all of the property owners who live off of that road. And it would be up to them to maintain it according to whatever it is that document says. We in the planning department in zoning are not in a position to go out and inspect these types of private roads to make sure that everyone is doing their part. So I just wanted to make that clear, because I don't know if that was conveyed at all.
Okay,
Can I ask a question?
you can.
Some clarification on the lot width versus frontage. I've always equated width of the lots to the frontage. If it's just lot width, then those three lots would meet 100-foot width, but they have no frontage. I have to believe somehow the width is tied to the frontage in the code. Because I know that I can't develop lots off of a private road in York County, so it's kind of strange. If it's just lot width, he doesn't need a variance. You know, I'm relying on the frontage rule that we had always followed. So does he need a variance or doesn't he need a variance?
No, I mean, he definitely needs a variance for these. I don't have the entire code in front of me right now to see if there's anything else in 154 or 155 that speaks to this about lots needing to, where they take access from.
So, but he's asking for a variance. I mean, I'm not trying to be difficult, but he's asking for a variance for lot width that, based on that explanation, he doesn't need. Now, we get back to frontage, it's a whole different ball of wax. I mean, the county's been pretty clear in the new codes and everything that we don't want to develop new lots off of private roads in York County because of the safety issues.
That's correct.
There's a ton of issues.
That's correct.
But what are we voting on? Are we voting on frontage or width?
The lot width requirement is the width required on a county or state maintained road.
On a public road, so it equates to frontage. I just wanted to make sure
Yeah,
that was
it's just
crystal
a
clear.
different term for the same thing.
That's all it is, John, is it's terminology.
Yeah,
It's
I'm
just
good with that. I
okay.
just, and I think when she was doing her first explanation, I think that confused you a little bit as well.
Well, that's because it's the way it's written in the,
If I may, there's nothing, though, that addresses frontage on a private road. And that's, I think, the thing that's throwing us here, at least it threw me in reading this, is that if it's a major collector road, such as Old Friendship Road, that code would apply here. And because it has to have a 350-foot of frontage on a major collector road. There's nothing whatsoever on a private road. you can see these lots are 189 foot in width on a private road where there's traffic of 3 cars a day coming and going. And that's why, and that's where that request is made from.
So, do you have the language, I know it's semantics, but do you have the language where the width is equated to a frontage on a public road? Because if not, if we vote, I mean, where's the county attorney
Again, it's
now?
just the terminology that changed with recode. And
Right.
it's somewhere in here, but I'm pretty sure every newly subdivided lot has to front on a public road technically. That is addressed either in 154 or 155. I don't have it in front of me right now, I apologize. Should have brought my computer, I told you. But I can find you that information if you want to. The frontage part versus the lot width is measured at the frontage, and it's just a terminology from the way it was put in the recode where it changed when we updated the code. So,
But there's such a limitation of the number of private roads in the county. There's so few of them.
no, they're actually more than we would
More
like, I
than no.
believe.
Well,
So-
at least in the area that I looked at, which is 5 miles around, there were 3.
Well, then it ends up being the bulk of probably what we review are lots on private roads.
Which is the reason that section Rachel referenced earlier, that things like this and all the confusion and everything else, that's why these are disfavored, I believe, is the text that's put in the recode. So that was why she was pointing out that section of the code. Probably should have been included in the report, I apologize for that, but I think she just wanted to bring that to y'all's attention. That's because of the confusion and everything else. And we get into these civil matters with the who owns the road, who's taking care of the easement and all this other stuff, and somehow the county a lot of times gets put in the middle, but it's really not our issue. It becomes a civil matter between the property owners. So. And by disfavoring people applying for variances like this and stuff, it limits putting folks in unenviable situations where they're arguing with their neighbors over who's maintaining the easement and all this other stuff. So.
So, well, I went back and reread the actual variance request as written by county staff, and it uses frontage, so I'm gonna hang my hat on frontage.
I do have a question, because it was brought up maybe by Ms. Hutchinson. On the site plan, it says that there is a 40-foot right-of-way for, what's the side, Naughty
Branch?
Branch. And the comment was made, but we're only getting to use 12 feet of it, we can't. So do we know, I mean, it's recorded, but is there an actual, I guess, has whoever owns that land that it crosses, is there actually a recorded easement? Well, I know it says that, but
Well, I think this is the showing that it is recorded. I think maybe what she was saying is that 40 feet has been set aside. However, it's only, like 12 feet or something that's maintained. So the parts on the outside, yes, it's there, but it sounds like it's not drivable.
In 155-057, which is what the county referenced, it deals with lot width. And that was what was on the postcard, that was the original conversation, and that's what I've been basing my application for variance on. And 155-057 is lot width with a minimum lot width, and 155-057-2 deals with minimum lot width on minor roads. This doesn't even qualify as a minor road. It's underneath a minor road and private.
So,
Yeah,
but
but
the request is for a variance to road frontage. If you disagreed with staff's position that you need a variance for road frontage, then we would be doing an administrative appeal. So am I doing a variance for frontage, or am I doing a variance for width? I don't know what to vote on.
Well, I gotta tell you, that makes 2 of us.
well, no, so
So,
Let me
you know, I
clarify.
need to defer to staff in their interpretation of the code unless you were asking for an administration appeal.
well, if I may. So I understand your confusion. But if, Josh, or whomever I'm gonna ask this question of, you're stating that, well, there is no requirement for frontage on a private road. Well, that's true. It doesn't have anything, any language to that, because lots aren't allowed on a private road.
So this is why this is a legal non-conforming lot that, or a grandfather lot that we're looking to actually bring integrity to and have it be compliant.
So that's why, Mr. Gass, what we're looking at is road frontage, not lot width.
Okay. So, so this was, so are you saying then this is not anything then the board would be voting on because it's a different issue whatsoever? I mean,
No,
I have
it-
been operating off of this with the county for the last
Well, the
couple of years
variance
now.
request that's in front of us.
The way that I see it is that, okay, we would probably be better off if we had two words, width and frontage, but the county's statement is that any new lot has to have width on a public road. You don't have a public road, so
Correct.
therefore you have no width.
I understand now I understand why we
So you
have
could
zero
call
of
it
that.
width or frontage, but it's the same variance, and
Okay.
is what we're voting on.
Yes.
And
Thank you for that.
Meaning that the way this is worded is that way. So I guess my question is, are you okay with the way the variance request is worded?
Or do you want to defer?
Well, I think it makes sense to defer, given that if it's now, you know, frontage versus width,
I'm gonna back up.
where can I pull frontage from?
I think you want the wording that's on here.
Okay, very good. Thank you for that. You can clearly get this is a little, shaking me a little bit.
Okay, because what the non-compliance is your road frontage, and that's the way they have worded it. So that's what the variance is for, and if you're okay with the language on here, then we'll continue.
We'll proceed.
I'm okay with the language that's on there.
So that being said,
Thank you for working that through, board. I apologize for the length of time this has taken.
we'll close the public discussion and open it up for a motion.
Can we discuss
Oh, and-
regarding like a,
I'm sorry, we have to do this for all three?
yes. It's 3 variances, right? That's what we were told.
Yes, so there technically are 3 variances for 3 different lots. I don't know how you could do them separately unless you want to say yes to 2 lots.
Well, no, if we say,
Tract A?
We'll start off 305,
Or track A, track B, track C.
track A, track B, track C. I mean, if the first one passes, or then we move on to the next one, but if it's denied, then there's no reason to move on to any of the others.
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, I guess for clarity, if you want to make 3 motions for A, B, and C, I think that would be fine.
So let's do that. Go ahead.
So where I'm a little confused is this maintenance. Do we add a condition for maintenance? Or is that, since that is a civil,
Yeah,
yeah, so we have no authority.
my
Okay.
opinion is maintenance agreements are, you know, I guess at skin deep, they look good, but the actual execution of them is a nightmare. Because realistically,
Okay.
if there are 10 homes on Naughty Branch, not everybody's gonna be capable financially to contribute at the same level as everyone else.
Right.
And some of them just aren't gonna want to anyway, even if they could. And it becomes an enforcement nightmare. I mean, what if they, you know, owner number 8 just says, no, I ain't gonna do it? There's no way to actually enforce it other than the other 9 owners taking them to court or something, and
Yeah.
I don't see it. I think the maintenance agreement is,
Mute.
yeah, it's
Well, it's
just
a
of no use.
It's a consideration.
Right,
but
right,
it's
but-
not
yeah.
something we-
Even though we can't really touch the maintenance agreement, do we also want to stay away from Ms. Hutchinson's suggestion of just that strip in front of his? Or, and it
Well, I-
appeared that he was agreeing to possibly,
Right.
But you got
I
other
would-
homeowners involved in that too.
I'll say that this is not, but I'll say I am prepared to make a motion that at Mr. Goldstein's expense, he paved the road up to Ashley Woods,
right.
and then forget the maintenance agreement.
Okay.
I mean, they can have their own maintenance agreement for Ashley Woods. I don't think that makes any difference to the board, but
Okay, well, let's go ahead.
We
and
gotta
let's-
make a
let's get-
motion to
Let's get a
discuss.
motion. and
We're
we
getting a
can
little
make
ahead
a
of
discussion.
ourselves.
I will make a motion.
Well, hold on. So, okay, we're gonna break this into 3. We're gonna start with 305, which is tract A. So let's go with tract A. Do I have a motion for tract A?
I will make a motion to approve with the condition that Mr. Goldstein, at his own expense, pave the remainder of Naughty Branch Trail from Fields Farm Road to the entrance of Ashley Woods Drive.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, discussion.
I just wanted, sorry, I just wanted to chime in again, and I don't know if y'all have thought about this. So I hear what you're saying about adding the condition for just that section of the road. However, and that's all fine and good, he'll pave it. Who's gonna maintain it when it gets filled with potholes? What happens if and when these lots sell? Who's gonna be on the hook for maintaining it? And the question then becomes, then who's going to enforce that? Not us.
I'm a big proponent of not developing off of private roads. You pave it, the pavement's good for 10 years, then the pavement starts deteriorating, and these residents now are stuck with, even in brand-new developments with private roads, then the HOA is stuck with paying for overlays the roads, redoing the roads. What if, in the event something happens to that front section of road, and there's not a public entity like York County or SCDOT or someone like that to make the repairs in a timely fashion because they're not well-funded, and then somebody's house down there catches on fire and the fire truck can't get there? That's the biggest thing I have against private roads. In good conscience, I don't think I could vote to add additional lots on a private road, really for the safety reason. We can't control how that road's maintained, when it's maintained, what happens in a major event, any of those things. So I feel pretty strongly about development on private roads.
So I understand, and, you know, we see all the time cases come and development on private roads, and it gets to be contentious. But to me, you have to look at the situation as it exists now. So if there are 10 people now using Naughty Branch Trail, if this is approved, you'll have 11. And you do have an improvement of pavement of at least a section of Naughty Branch Trail. So, yeah, the concern of, like, emergency services would not be any less if this was approved or than it would be if it remains like it is.
Yes, but then we have set a precedent, and the young lady that supports it across Naughty Branch looks to me like she has multiple acres over there. Then she's gonna be in here asking for that and more access off of Naughty Branch.
So-
We're opening up,
See, that's my
So that-
issue.
let me-
how many mobile homes, not mobile, how many new lots are we gonna, allow through ZBA to be created along Naughty Branch? as
So-
folks want to subdivide their
So
land.
I'll make 2 points there. One, any ruling by the board never sets a precedent. And the second is that this is a non-conforming situation, that we have an opportunity to make into a conforming use now. Across the road is not a non-conforming use.
But we could make it a conforming use by allowing him to create 2 lots, so that tract B and C could be sold and have improvements done without creating an additional lot on a private road.
Yeah,
That's a possibility.
but that's not before us.
Right.
That's not before us yet.
And, sorry, one other thing. So then, if we're talking about improving this section of driveway easement, then you'll have to consider, to whose standards is it going to be maintained? You want to maintain it to county standards? We've got,
Here's a question backing up, and I don't know if you can answer this. This may be, again, a civil question is, so if we put a condition on there that section of road is improved, I don't believe, well, maybe I heard differently, but does anybody who is crossing somebody's property who's not even kind of, so can we require somebody to make an improvement on somebody's property that's not part of this issue?
The right of way exists.
Because it looks like it looks like at least 1 or 2 of the houses.
40-foot right-of-way wouldn't support the county section.
You know what I'm
So
saying?
if you did a county road, 22 feet of asphalt, ditch sections on both sides, you need 60 foot of right-of-way. So if the county decided to take that road over in there at some point in the future, and they wanted to build a county road through there, they would have to get additional easements to build a county road through there that meets the current standard. I mean, sometimes we go narrower if we can't get right-of-ways and things like that, but they certainly could not build a road to county standards, ditch section road to county standards through there with a 40-foot right-of-way.
Answer my question.
and I've had another thought too. Oh wait, I maybe just lost it. I might have to come back to it. I think it just left my brain.
Okay, what else do we have?
Yeah, I'm thinking along the lines of kind of what we discussed here is maybe it's not in the best interest to add another piece of another track along in private and maybe just look at, just dividing it and making the legal non-conforming conforming and just, like we had just mentioned. It's kind of where my head's at.
To your point, if that's not in front of us now, the only way to get there is if we deny it as is,
Right.
and then the applicant has a
We
opportunity.
need to vote, and if it passes, it passes. If it doesn't, we'll take another motion.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, this is discussion. We're just, Yep.
I remembered. So I know someone mentioned something about, each variance is granted on its own merit and setting precedent and that sort of thing. And I get that. However, you have to think about what planning staff, are thinking about, and we're tasked with, when we're looking at something, at a project, it's not just right now, we're tasked with sort of looking at the bigger picture and what this could potentially lead to. So I think that's a good thought to at least have in mind when you're thinking about this.
Do we want to put it to a vote?
Further discussion? Okay, so the motion in front of us is motion to approve with the condition of paving the road from, you're not hearing me? Okay, so the motion is to approve with the condition of paving the existing Naughty Branch Trail from Ashley Woods to Fields Farm Road. All those in favor, raise your right hand. All those opposed, raise your right hand. Okay, motion has failed. New motion.
I make the motion to approve the variance for Tract B and Tract C, which would create 2 lots on the parent tract.
Do we need to confer with the applicant to see if that's what he wants to do, since it is legally non-conforming right now? I guess I'm asking staff that maybe.
Back up. What was the-
If we
what was
went
the-
back to the doing them one at a time, if I did a motion for Tract C, potentially we approve it, and then I did another motion for Tract B and potentially approve it. I was just trying to combine them and then we deny Tract A if we break them all up.
Well, but that's,
But I don't know
again,
the
that's
best way
not
to do
what's
it.
that's not what's in front of us. There's 3 properties that are in front of us.
Right, so we denied the new tract, basically, with the tract that doesn't have a house on it, correct?
Yes, yeah, that's correct. Based on the motion that John made, yes, that's correct. And I guess to sort of answer your question, you probably should confer
Or with the applicant?
with the property owner
That's where I was
to
going.
see what his thoughts are on that.
But if we, so let me, if I understand you, you want to deny one and then approve the other 2?
But that's not
Is
what's
that
up.
kind of what
I
you're
was
looking?
trying to combine it, but maybe I need to do it differently.
Okay.
So I can retract my motion and
I
make
guess the
them,
question is it easier to do that or to defer in order to redo?
Well, I mean, that's
Application.
up to y'all, and that's at your discretion, whatever it is that you are comfortable with. However, I think what John was trying to say is essentially, do you want to move the mouse over that line? Yeah, is to essentially approve that line, that variance, and not the red line that's toward the front. So you would be approving,
One variance for
One
lot,
variance.
to create Lot C.
maybe
because
I
the
should try to
other is
reword it
existing.
and see if it works.
Well, let's, before we get there, I guess we should probably
Confer with the applicant.
confer with the applicant.
Because
yes.
he might just want to leave as is, which he rightfully can, and it's good.
Okay, You
So-
want to step back up and? Did you understand the thought
do.
process?
I do, and so really my, I'm not excited about that. And removing financial consideration out of the way. I think, there are, if your view is that no development on private roads, and you're very strong about no development on private roads, I think that there is a substantial tax opportunity being lost to the county. I think there are probably hundreds of parcels like this one that will no longer be built on and developed. And I think the impact there to owners will be substantial. And I think this is a perfect example of all of that. And so, whether it's establishing precedent or it doesn't establish precedent, I think it's my question really is, what concern does the board really have as it relates to construction on private roads? When you've got the lot size, you have a full legally compliant lot, we're taking non-conforming lots and making them conforming. And And there has been improvement. I mean, when I took over this property, there were 4 acres of woods. Both the homes were completely crushed, and I brought them to a level that, you know, works. So, I'm not excited about making a change from 3 to 2, you know, for those reasons. And,
I guess let me be more direct. Is that
Sorry.
was something you would entertain? Or do you want to stay with the
well,
application as it is?
well, given the flow and the direction of things, it looks like that you'd be open to 2 lots, potentially,
I think that's,
versus 3 lots.
Correct.
And so, you know, I'm just looking at the promises that I have out there and what I need to now to do to backpedal. So to satisfy the board, to move the thing forward, and to now not be able to build and develop a property has an economic impact over here, which is not a consideration of the board. And so,
would you like us to, I mean, we can try to work with what Mr. Gass is proposing. Or we can defer this till next month if you would like.
I prefer not to defer, given that I've been looking to be up here for the last year, you know, on this. I would, in fact, make the capital investment on the road, if that would certainly make a difference, and it certainly sounds like it would. The 3 homes on Ashley Woods, they would have maintenance agreements, so they would be honored, because there would be, that would be built into the deed once those properties are sold, and they would have the financial obligation to take care of Ashley Woods, and I would certainly take on the financial obligation of that continuing to Field Farms, which is just another 100 feet. The cost associated with blacktop is not substantial. Road maintenance is not that substantial. And to have an individual property tax of $500 a year for property owners that are buying a $300,000, $350,000 house is nothing. And I would even put that money up at least 5 years in advance for that road maintenance. So my preference would be to leave it the way that it is as 3. And if I lose on that, then I can look at a different direction, I suppose.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Shall I clarify my motion?
Yeah.
I make a motion to deny the variance on Tract A and approve the variance on Tract B and Tract C.
Do I have a second? I'll second for discussion.
I really have no more discussion. I think I made my case, or gave you my thoughts during the initial discussion about the paving of the road and getting the 3, so.
Anyone else?
Which would, in essence, we're going back to creating 2 lots instead of 3.
Well, that's what it's going to result in.
Right. Where would the property lines be?
I need to amend my motion, I guess.
Okay.
And that the resulting 2-lot property line would be approximately the midsection of the existing lot. Unless there is an issue with septic systems or wells, then I would defer to county staff to help him establish the appropriate property line. I don't want to interface in a property line across a septic tank.
Again, guess we need a second on that, so I'll second. So now, is there another comment?
So If the owner is not willing to separate into two lots, and we approve two lots, he just doesn't separate.
That would
He
be
has the
correct.
option.
Then
That
we
would be
have this, we have this, we have this variance out there that could allow it, but it's not been done.
Correct.
But it would behoove him to do it so that they can do legal improvements to the properties, and he has the properties to sell to future owners. But no, he can't be forced to do that subdivision.
Does staff have any?
Well, I mean, I was just gonna
comments?
say, so if that's the motion that you want to move forward with, you can, and should the owner, decide that that's not going to work for him, he doesn't have the plat drawn up, doesn't have it divided, doesn't have it reviewed, and doesn't have it recorded. So it would be up to him to do that.
But the variance carries with the land, and a future owner could subdivide the land according to your dictate.
I don't know, I heard that
So
that
if we-
wasn't,
I'm sorry.
I heard that wasn't a desire. And I believe someone down the road, if they want to do it, can come in with, they may have a different way they want to address this. And then there would already be a variance in place that may or may not work with that.
Well, I guess one thing I think maybe to consider, because if he's not wanting to do that, then those other improvements that he suggested that he would be willing to make, he's probably not gonna do those either. Which I know so with adding one additional home, if even Ms. Hutchinson stated that, that would be improvement to some degree.
Here's my issue with the third home. It's increasing a non-compliance as opposed to the two homes would fix a non-compliance or improve a non-compliance. And we're gonna increase a non-compliance as trying to improve a non-compliance. And that to me just doesn't seem like the right.
If we deny the variance, isn't that the end of it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so that's, which we have, apparently.
Well, we haven't denied it yet, we just haven't approved.
Well, we denied,
The initial.
Only denied the motion, we did not.
We denied a
deny the
motion, then
variance.
there would have to be, then there have to be a motion to deny,
okay.
and that would have to be voted on.
But I don't understand your reasoning about that.
Well, you have a non-
If we grant a variance to the property, then it's no longer non-conforming.
Right, because there's one house in each.
It's compliant through a variance. Still doesn't meet code, but compliance through a variance.
Right now, it's legal non-conforming.
Correct.
It would be conforming then because it's received a variance.
Yeah, but there's two properties there, there's two homes there now, so dividing it per Mr. Guest's motion would make them conform.
Correct.
That's
But
right.
in-
We
in
would,
trying to do that,
Uh,
we're adding a third.
I'm trying to create two conforming
we're-
lots
we're
through
adding a third
variance
non-conformance
versus three
that
conforming
we're then
lots through
making-
variance.
turn around and
Well,
making
the
conform.
way you're saying it though, to his point, he can get to conforming with two. Or we could give him we could also help him get to conforming with three. And you'd rather do it with two. That's pretty much your motion. You'd rather do it with two versus three.
Yes,
Yeah.
because I don't want to create another residence off a private road. That's my hangup.
Exactly, that's,
If the
Point you make.
motion passes and the property owner divides the property, everything's conforming. If the motion passes and he does not divide the property, it would still be non-conforming.
legally.
It would be a grandfathered
Right, legally
non-conforming,
non-conforming.
legally non-conforming. So we improve the situation through the motion that's on the table. If he chooses not to follow through with it, we've neither improved or hurt the situation.
Right.
Any other discussion?
May I chime in again, please? Sorry, I've never talked so much at a meeting, this is not even my case. I just had a quick sidebar with the owner, and it's essentially what y'all are saying and what his options are, or either it stays as is, as one lot, and you can't do anything with it, or you approve this one variance and it gets divided in two, and you're gonna get some money. Maybe you're not gonna get all of it, but you're gonna get some. And he indicated that he would prefer to have it divided in two and would like to get something as opposed to nothing.
Okay. So, the motion, let's see if I get this correct, is to, how do, please restate it.
Woo, that's gonna be tough.
B, C.
So
Those
I made a motion to deny the variance for tract A, approve the variance for tract B, approve the variance for tract C, so that creates two lots with the new property line relatively in the middle of the overall parent parcel. And if adjustments to that location need to be addressed based on current well locations or septic systems, that he be allowed to work with staff to make those adjustments to create those two conforming lots.
So, all in favor, raise your right hand. It's unanimous. Thank you. All right, what do we have here?
You better ask him for a break real quick.
We need a break?
John does.
Okay. Good.
I'm gonna make a motion for a 5-minute recess.
Second.
Wait a minute, don't have to vote. All those in favor?
up here. I'm Peter Kosicki, for those who haven't seen me for a while. I'm the landscape architect for the county. So I will be presenting a variance case requested by Tri-Point Homes to encroach and remove existing vegetation in the required 50-foot and 25-foot buffers required for the development. Now, this is a townhome development. They are located just east of 77, just north of the old Charlotte Knights baseball stadium down in Fort Mill. So this property that they're developing or proposing to develop on is located within a PD. It's called the Gold Hill Cato PD, I believe. So they are proposing to develop on a portion of the property. Their proposed property is located on Development Area 2, as highlighted in the diagram above. So you're probably asking, this is a PD, so what does the PD say about the buffer yards? Well, the buffer yards say that if there's a residential development that abuts a non-residential development, that the buffer yards described in the land development ordinance shall be enforced. So the buffer yards in our land development ordinance specify a 50-foot perimeter buffer yard around the property, in addition to a 25-foot utility line buffer yard adjacent to the overhead utility lines. Now, this isn't a 75-foot buffer yard, it's still a 50-foot buffer yard, they just overlap. This is an exhibit provided to us by the applicants showing their buffer yard encroachment plan. The pink area describes the area to be fully encroached and cleared, whereas the blue area is to be encroached 25 feet and the back 25 feet to be preserved. They are proposing to replant per standards. So this is a blow up of the area so you can see it a little bit better. And again, it's adjacent to overhead power lines. There is a 30-foot distribution line and then about approximately 100-foot transmission line that runs in this 68-foot easement. So this is an aerial of the site overlaid with their buffer yard encroachment plan. So the area that we're really concerned about is the area in the blue, because that's where most of the existing vegetation is shown. Now, this is the area that they're fully encroaching and clearing and replanting. The area to the south, which is the pink area, is pretty much barren to begin with, so preserving it won't really do a whole lot of good. So this is their proposed earthwork plan that they have provided to us so that we can understand what this encroachment will look like and why it will be potentially necessary to remove existing vegetation for the townhome development. You can see the majority of their earthwork within the buffer yard. This blue area is the 50-foot buffer yard. The majority of the earthwork is shown within that area of existing vegetation or where it's heavily wooded. Now, the area to the south or the area to the west near the road, there's not as much vegetation and they're not as encroaching as much. I did take a section cut through the where you see the red line, or where lot 10 and 52 are proposed, just to show you potentially what this development might look like at that particular section. Now, this section shows what the townhome development would look like if the townhome development proposed to our current ordinance of preserving the 50-foot and the 25-foot utility line buffer yard. And you can see that 30-foot distribution line and then about approximately 100-foot transmission line in the background. Most of the pines and existing hardwood trees, they're going to be between 40 and 70 feet tall upon maturity, and this drawing is to scale, so it shows it's fairly accurate according to conditions. Now, the proposal is to remove the existing vegetation and to replant. Now, the vegetation shown in this proposal is about the 5 to 10 year mark. And the reason that I show the 5 to 10 year mark is that most residents that are going to move into this community are not going to live there the full 30 years it's going to take for this buffer yard to mature and to properly block the power lines. Now we get into the variance approval criteria. Point A says, are there extraordinary or exceptional conditions pertaining to this particular piece of property? This piece of property is pretty characteristic of undeveloped properties in New York County, rolling to steep terrain, streams, power lines. There are a lot of power lines, especially in the western portion of the county because of the Duke Power Plant. So staff finds that this variance does not meet this criteria. B, this pertains to the particular vicinity, and because of the steep property, the confluence of the power line easement and the streams within the townhome property, it does make this piece of property particularly difficult to develop compared to other surrounding developments in the area. So staff does say that the proposed variance does meet this criteria. Point C, does the application of this variance or application of the zoning code unreasonably restrict the utilization of this property? Staff says that the applicant still can develop townhomes. They may lose some lots, but they will still be adhering to the goals and objectives listed in the Gold Hill Cato Master Plan. And because of this, staff finds that the proposed variance does not meet this criteria. And lastly, does the authorization of this variance cause substantial detriment to the adjacent property, the public good, and the character of the area by granting this variance? So the proposal to remove the fully vegetated buffer yard between the proposed townhomes and the existing overhead power lines will create unsightly view shed from the town for the future townhome residents. It is arguably the main purpose of the buffer yards to mitigate unsightly view sheds, and the sole purpose of the utility line buffer yard to mitigate visual screening from overhead transmission lines from nearby residential lots. Because of these conditions, staff finds that the proposed variance does not meet this criteria. Staff recommendations. So because all four of the criteria are not met for unnecessary hardship, staff does recommend denial to encroach the 50 and 25-foot utility line buffer yard. If the board decides to approve this variance, staff does have two conditions. The first one being that the applicant replant the buffer yard at a rate of 18 trees per 100 linear feet. And then secondly, that they plant with 50% large maturing trees, according to our table list in our ordinance. And then the second one is that they just show a tree protection plan. And that concludes my presentation.
Can you go back to the first slide?
Yeah. The first slide?
Well, maybe not quite that far back. The one that,
Sure, that one.
no, the one that, which we don't have in the packet where you showed the two, yeah, right there.
The purple and the blue.
Back one.
Like
This one? Okay.
So the purple one,
So the
what's the difference between the two?
So the purple or magenta one shows the full encroachment, so they would clearly remove the entire 50 feet
Buffer.
up against the power line, and then they would propose to replant that.
Okay.
The blue, they would just encroach the first 25 feet closest to the townhomes, and they would preserve the back half of that.
And that one in the cyan has very few trees in it currently.
There's, yes, it's very sparsely
sparse.
planted to begin with.
There's a third area there. There's a third area, I think that's what Jeff's talking about.
More of a bluish looking.
Yeah, that purpley,
Yeah, and the little notch there,
area 4, or area 1 is,
Area 1.
yes.
yeah.
They're proposing to disturb and replant that as well. But the yes. The area that we're mainly concerned about is the blue and the magenta, but yes, they are proposing to disturb that as well.
And so area one, they're proposing the complete 50?
Yes.
Take out
Yes.
the full 50, and then, hard to tell with this, this picture, is that pretty wooded or more sparse, like?
It's, which one, the magenta?
Area one,
Area 1?
yeah, which I would call the purple.
Area 1 is pretty densely planted.
Okay.
A lot of, the area, you can see there's an aerial of the site showing the vegetation.
Okay,
Yeah, you can see to the area,
it's kind of where that notch is, so I'm just,
yeah.
Yeah. Okay,
So area 2, that's the area that's pretty bare.
right. So
The
you're
rest
being-
of it's pretty
Yeah.
vegetated, I'd
Okay.
say.
When was the PD plan approved?
Believe 2000,
Wait, is that on here? History.
Many moons ago. So it was not approved under the current code. It was approved on whatever code was in effect when that
Yeah.
PD was approved.
I think
Was
the
there a
latest, I think it
Buffer
would have
yard.
been,
What's the,
It's not in the background of our packet, so.
and did they include buffers on the original PD that would have superseded?
well,
the
they
zoning
have a
code?
statement, so they have a condition listed here, and this is all that's listed pertaining to buffers in the PD. And I highlighted the area that's applicable.
Oh, so where the residential joins the non-residential. And that magenta was more where the residential was gonna be, correct?
Yeah,
Yeah, and that's where they were taking out the full buffer.
yeah. So the magenta, we're mostly concerned about the magenta and then the blue area.
I know this isn't our concern anymore. Was there a lot of grand trees in that buffer?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay.
There is a mix of hardwoods and existing pines, but I can't tell you offhand if there's any grand trees in there or not.
Okay.
But they're not asking for a variance in regards to grand trees, or I guess. that
No,
would
this is
include-
specifically for the buffer yard.
Yeah, we don't,
But if there's a grand tree in the buffer yard, this would essentially take out that grand tree.
Yes, my understanding, the buffer yard hasn't been surveyed. The applicant might be able to speak on more about that. So, but I have no knowledge about the
okay,
existing vegetation other than what is shown in the aerial view.
okay, fair enough.
And, yeah.
It may have been helpful to actually have the language of the PD, but there seems to be a disagreement between county staff and the applicant regarding what the PD says about density. Numerous times in the application, the applicant says that the PD specifies high density, and staff says it's never mentioned.
Okay, well, Josh, do you want me to discuss, or do you want to discuss?
Can some if you want to. The density issue is really not before you tonight. There are plenty of other areas within the PD that can meet a high-density development. Peter's got some slides there that Marion's bringing up, but really the density issue is not before you tonight. They can still lose some units in this area and meet the density for the overall PD that they're referencing. So either
Yeah, I realize we're not like voting on the density, but the reason why we're here is because they want more density.
Correct.
Yes.
That's correct. There's nothing in the PD or in the code or anything that says that they have to have a minimum density.
So the slide here is probably the most specific in terms of density that the PD specifies. The highlight, you can see in the highlight area, so I've highlighted the number 2, so that's the development area that they're in. So there's a maximum development of 300 units per that development area. And then below, you'll see that the entire PD specifies a max build-out at 600 units and a minimum build-out at 264.
Okay.
Now, I did a little bit of math here. So if you take 264 minimum units for the entire development, there are 3 developable areas in this PD. You divide that by 3, and you get 88 units. So that's your minimum unit average. The applicant is proposing 111 units. They can afford to lose 23 and still meet the minimum lot yield for the PD.
What were the numbers with the maximum lot yield, though? Weren't they allowed a maximum? 264 was the minimum.
Yes.
The maximum 600.
Yes, that's for the entire PD. And the maximum for development area 2 is 300.
When they did the original PD, did they do a schematic site plan or sketch plan showing units in that area under the, no, nothing,
It was
bubble
a
plan?
typical-
I believe the applicant does have a slide that shows that, but they can discuss that.
So
So there is
according
a
to the master plan, it's a minimum of 264 units and a minimum of 264 units and a maximum of 600.
Yes.
But we're on, but there are two other parcels that,
Yes, there's two other development areas, so I can go back to the PD. So on this chart.
no, go back to that, the master plan you had,
Okay.
that one.
So this is just development area 2, which is a maximum of 300 in this particular section that we're looking at.
Yeah, so the applicant is proposing to develop about a portion of development area 2. So the other development areas for residential are allotted in this PD are development area 4 and development area 5.
So it may or may not be a weighted, I mean, it could be a weighted average, meaning that, do we know what 4 or 5 can support the number of units so that we end up between 264 and 600 when we're all said and done on all 3 of them?
Yeah. Yeah, the average that I calculated is just purely hypothetical. I don't know the topographical conditions and the site conditions of those other pods.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure 4 is flat, I can't speak to 5.
Remind me again, what number are we at on development 2?
They're proposing to develop 111 units.
111, thanks.
Yes.
So the applicant was required to have a public meeting, like a neighborhood meeting. When was that held? Was it held before the PD, when the PD was being developed, or is it in relation to this variance?
I don't know when they were required to have the meeting.
Well, there wouldn't be a public meeting, or neighborhood meeting, I should say, for this particular variance request. At the time, I imagine then that this, at some point, got rezoned from whatever it was before to PD. And in order to do that, the process is 1 meeting at Planning Commission and 3 at County Council. So that, I believe, at County Council would count as the public hearing.
Well, the packet says owner applicant was required to host a neighborhood meeting.
And 12 people attended.
Notes in the sign-in sheet were provided to staff. 12 people attended the meeting.
Ms. Brown?
So
I'm just wondering if that was way back when, or if it pertained to the variance.
That's a good question, and I think probably the applicants can speak to that. What I will say is that while our code right now does not require a neighborhood meeting or a public meeting for this type of request, it's a variance. The code now requires it for like a special exception for an event venue type thing. Staff can ask that they host a meeting, or the applicant can do that on their own if they feel like they might come up with some opposition, just to sort of say, this is what we're proposing. I wasn't the one that reviewed this staff report, so I'm sorry, I don't know all the intricacies of it, just the overarching.
Any other questions for staff?
can you go back to the screen that's got, with the purple, magenta, and pink on it? I just want, I'm curious to see how many units are actually affected by this magenta buffer.
So it would be it would be about 18 units.
Yeah, I count 15 just off quickly, but you might be right, 18.
Yeah, I think it shows the number on one of the other slides. I think the cut and fill shows it. Let's see here. Yeah, so you can see there, lots 1 through 18 would be affected.
Okay, so 1 through 5 would be affected as well.
Go back to the slide you were just at? No,
1 through 5.
those are
there's
two
no-
different plans.
Yeah, those are two, there's not 1 through 5 on this one. There's a playground area and a parking lot.
Okay.
Unless it's a different angle. Maybe it's a different angle. Because they show.
Yeah, you're right.
It's a different plan, but going back to the,
Yeah,
it's really kind of the 9 through 18
yeah, that's,
is where the, most of the grading is, so
so it
somewhere.
is two different. Looks like they shifted.
I believe the applicant can give you a little
Yeah.
more
Yeah, yeah,
information
yeah.
on this, so.
And just to clarify on the public meeting, it doesn't look like they hosted one. I think that was probably something that we maybe left in the report from a previous report, using it as a template, because we went through the packet and there's not a sign-in sheet or anything like that. So we apologize for any confusion.
Packet exhibits are quite a bit different.
Yeah. Well, you're not getting the full, because it looks like we're missing the upper, what's on screen now, it looks like we're missing the whole upper portion of it too.
Let's see
The
here.
ones
This
in the-
shows the entire development.
Yeah, and we're missing 1 through 5 on this one too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One in the packet is similar,
Yeah.
but a different design and a different engineer, or is that one ESP? That one is.
Well,
Yeah, it's ESP.
Whole other building.
well,
Let's let the applicant can probably straighten all that out for us.
yep.
Yeah, these are the documents that were provided to us, so
Sure, no
they
worries.
can better explain.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, all right.
The applicant like to come forward, please?
All right.
Good evening, board, staff. My name is Margaret Puckett, 1919 Manor Court, Fort Mill. We've got probably multiple parties that are going to speak on our behalf, but I'll start, and if Matt from ESP, our engineering firm, needs to jump up, is he able to do that?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Why don't you go ahead and come to the microphone and give your name and address, just so we've got that out of the way.
Appreciate your time this evening. Matt Mandel, ESP Associates, 3475 Lakemont Boulevard.
Okay, thank you.
I guess just to clarify a few things, we did not have a neighborhood meeting. I know there was a amendment to the PD recently, so there was some public involvement, but it was not related to this application. Also, to kind of clarify between the two plans, the colored exhibit with the teal and magenta, yeah, that is the most current version of the plan. The grading exhibit was done early on, as we've worked through the preliminary plat process and had some conversations with staff. This study was utilized as the basis, but we have since made some changes to the layout, just working through the preliminary plat process, so apologize for the confusion there.
Like I said, I'm Margaret. I'm the representative from Tri-Point Homes, and I'm just going to give a really short introduction on who we are, and just some images of what we build and the homes that we have constructed in the greater Charlotte area. A couple of these are actually in York County. I wanted to talk about the Southbridge PD. I know there were a couple of questions from the group on when this project was actually originally approved. Dated back to 2016, Cole Janess was the engineer on the project. The Cato family, Cato Properties is the owner. They purchased the Old Knight Stadium in, I believe, is 2015, decided to rezone it to the PD that it exists today. It's been about 6+ years since really any activity has occurred on this property. And the reason is the challenging topography and the difficult ravine that we're asking our variance for. I'm gonna flip to the PUD that was shown at rezoning. You can see there's quite a bit of density on here. There's a lot of activity on this site plan. Upper right or left-hand corner depicts multifamily. Probably a 4-story multifamily unit building equating to a much higher density and yield than we're proposing today. I know there was a density conversation, but what this project was intended in 2016, it was a much higher density project off of Springfield Parkway, Gold Hill Road. I'm gonna go backwards, jumping around a little bit, and talk about our 3 specific areas in which we are asking for the disturbance abilities to really safely develop this property. There's a creek that runs through the center part of the property. It all kind of falls into that area. We're pinched from an access point to be able to have a road that actually is accessible. So I don't want to color code it, but the purple and the turquoise really are those areas where we're being pinched, and then that fuchsia or that pink color, as staff has mentioned, is the area that they're concerned with from a grading standpoint, taking down those trees. And I just want to highlight our cross-section. It's just slightly different than what Peter showed. Our engineering team has dug into the grade. It just shows the depiction of our buildings at or below grade, slightly different than what Peter showed. We picked a different point in time, really across the middle section of our development. And you can see our building actually sits much lower than where those trees are currently. And we believe that replanting that buffer is actually going to provide more appropriate height screening for the transmission lines that are there. The trees that are existing today, we have a aerial from one of our drone shots. It shows that a lot of those trees in that fuchsia area are tall, as Peter mentioned, 50 to 70 feet high. Our building is going to sit lower, so replanting it to the shrubbery and the trees that are required by the code, and we're open to doing additional screening, will actually better suit our homeowners who are going to be on the 2nd floor of their townhome looking directly to those replanted trees. Right now, if you were to replant, or not replant, but you were to leave the existing trees, you'd actually be looking into trunks of trees that don't necessarily screen as well as maybe some shrubbery, holly bushes, green giants, etc. So I just wanted to point out some of the real life imagery, some of the things that we wanted to make sure this board had a clear depiction of. And I'm open to answering any questions. Same with Matt Mandel with ESP. I know this has been a longer night than usual for all of you, so certainly want to be short and sweet.
Can you go back to the latest plan for a minute?
I'm sorry, which one?
Go back to the latest plan.
Yes, sir.
It's a little bit different than what's in the package. Thank you. I just wanted to look at it, see if I had a question.
Question, was there ever any consideration, I guess we're calling that pink or magenta, whatever color, losing some of those lots in that area? I would imagine as a builder, you probably want to maximize your
Builders
profit,
typically
so
do
to
get that
speak.
reputation, yes. Maximum yield is always our preference, but I will say the developer or not developer, but the owner of this property, when it was zoned in 2016, had a higher value for this property. We've tried to work with the seller. We've actually been under contract since 2020. We've been at this for 2+ years now, trying to figure out the best use for this property. They actually it's Lincoln Harris, the developer partner, the Cato family, came in last year and actually amended this PUD. There was it's gonna be hard for me to, or maybe I have a laser. There's a crossing here that was required per the original PUD. They came in last year with conjunction with Tri-Point Homes to remove that crossing because that crossing is very, very difficult to construct. Physically, we were not able to do that. So that's just one example of how challenging the constraints are on this site, that they actually came back and amended a PUD, tried to, and were successful with it, but removed that connection across the creek that is gonna lead to eventually a retail component on Springfield Parkway. So there's a lot of moving parts on this particular project. I would say that we would have to work very closely with the seller to figure out a solution on the value if we were to lose the density. It appears that that area would be about 12 to 15 lots from the project.
Did y'all look at options for utilizing some retaining walls to protect the buffers?
I'm gonna let Matt with ESP speak to the retaining walls, heights, and things of that nature.
Wrong one. So this is the proposed cross-section, and you can, I guess, see we have retaining walls in here already, actually on both sides of the project to incorporate these townhomes. So we are already incorporating pretty significant retaining walls, and that is partially the need for this request. In order to appropriately install the retaining walls and the geogrid associated with those is the need for the variance into the buffer.
Can you repeat that? Did you say the part of the reason for your variance request is so that you can construct a retaining wall?
Yeah, because the retaining wall is outside of the buffer area, but the geogrid that is associated with holding up the wall would extend back into that area. So in order to install the retaining wall, you have to grade and clear further beyond where the wall actually sits. And that's part of the reason for the grading and the clearing in the buffer, is to be able to install that wall appropriately and the grid that supports the wall and holds the wall up.
How tall are the walls currently, roughly? I'm sure you don't, I mean, are they 10-foot walls?
I think they're every bit of 8 to 10 feet tall. There may be areas where they're taller, just through this section, that's about the height.
So explain
15 to 20.
the need to remove the buffer.
15 to 20 is some heights of the walls.
With that type of retaining wall, essentially, if the wall's 10 feet tall, you have to go 10 feet back for your supporting grids. Rule of thumb, height, that's how far you have to go back to install those geogrids with that style retaining wall, that type.
So explain the need in Area 1.
Which is the purple. Well, I call it purple. Sorry.
Right, so you,
It's kind of where you come in the entrance.
right.
Yeah.
I'm just getting to the exhibit here, so I don't have a laser, but you can kind of see that area kind of coming into the community from the entrance road. The grading extends out into that buffer and transitions into the buffer there.
no retaining wall plan for that, just right now, today, like,
I'm sorry, say it again?
is there a planned retaining wall in that area as well?
Not right now.
Difficult to read, so what is it that extends in there? I mean, I can see the entrance road is outside the buffer area.
Can you see it on the map?
And just for context and reference, Tri Point has reached out to this property owner, and we have not been able to figure out a solution to purchase this. It's actually owned by the real estate company that leases this building to Daimler Trucks. They're a New York-based company. I think when they purchased that land, the lines, property lines back then must have been there. They have that piece, but we haven't been able to come to an agreement with purchasing that as well to work with the area. So I just wanted to make that clear as well.
Mr. Chairman, I have an exhibit I can pass up if I may approach.
Where is my?
We're sharing the podium.
I'd also add that staff has added some conditions at the end of their staff report, and the applicant is in agreement with those conditions and committing to those if the board chooses to support this.
Okay, so just to reiterate, is this the proper design, or is this the proper design? So we've got two. Because you got those 5 here, and they're not on this one. This is the current, that's what I thought. Okay, so I wasn't sure why I was, yeah. I'm good, thank you.
If you look at flattening that curve right there, to push the main section of where the area of concern is, further up the map, I'll say, closer to the creek, it'd still be outside the buffer. But it seems like that curve could have been softened to get some separation from the area that they're most concerned about.
Yeah,
Did you take a look at that?
We've looked at multiple options, and I think this is kind of the balance of middle, I mean, if you start to slide that curve up, you're starting to create more challenges on the opposite side. So this is kind of like the middle for balancing all the earthwork and everything that goes into the equation, but
Sure.
we've looked at a lot, a lot of options.
I hear you. Are you aware of any design that's been done on the other two residential properties that apparently this is tied to?
I'm not aware of any, at this time. We've looked at some other areas of the development. I don't know if those are part of the PD. There's some offices that the school district has, but, outside of this area that TriPoint is looking at, I'm not aware of anything at this time.
Well, just, it looks like there's this range of units, and I've been there before, you know, the last person in has to, you know, a conditional zoning or however you want to put it, has to make up the difference to get inside of whatever range. Are you aware of anything that's been done on those other properties?
I'm the same as Matt. I haven't heard of any other groups at this point in time. Our understanding from the Cato owners of the property and Lincoln Harris, the brokerage firm that's helping them sell the property, they really need rooftops here to be the catalyst to start any of the retail, any of the further development. Certainly COVID has not helped the office that was approved here and kind of the future growth, but they really do need something to happen here with rooftops before I think anything else will. I think this picture paints a pretty good picture. This was taken during the week. Round Point Mortgage is the tenant in that building. That parking lot is nearly empty, maybe one or two cars. And we've talked to that group. They would love to see something happen with this property. They'd love to have restaurants and something to call home here. So we do believe that having the residential component first will be a good thing for this PUD that was approved in 16.
I get it. As part of York County, anybody who has teenage kids who need hours driving, that's where we go, because there's nothing there.
What are your lot sizes?
We have two separate lot sizes. I'm gonna go here. On the northern portion here, these are 22 feet wide. They're actually alley loaded, facing Deerfield. And then these on the southern portion of the property are 26 feet wide, and their depth on those is about 60 feet. On the ones up on the southern or northern portion, they're a little bit deeper, like 62 or 63. But
60 foot about your
60.
standard product depth.
It is.
Requirement for your standard product.
And for reference as well, TriPoint is a for sale builder, nor not for rent. So these homes would be to an end user, homeowners in Fort Mill, York County.
I have a question for staff. So they're talking about three different areas three different buffer areas, basically. One's going 25 feet in, one's the full 50, the other one's the full 50 towards the entrance. This is all under one variance. Can we split them up at all, or do you just want it as one? Because I have issue with one particular buffer area, the other two that are more sparse and maybe going in 25, going halfway versus the whole.
Sure, I don't see any issue with potentially splitting it up. I guess maybe the way that we sort of did with the
Right,
last
the last case.
Yeah, I think that would be okay.
So my issue is we have 4 conditions. Obviously, you saw them on the application. The one that I'm struggling with is C, which is because of these conditions, the application in this chapter, this particular piece of property would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property. I think you guys have done an amazing job because I know it's a very challenging with the topography, the stream, the overhead lines and everything. In your answer, you said there would be unreasonable restrictions on the utilization of the property. Basically, my thought is the one buffer area that I'm having a struggle with is the 50-foot. In this case, it's the magenta, the one that's completely, yes. Because, and you have 18 units there that pretty much back up to that. Obviously, you want to take the buffer because you have to put the wall in and all the grading and stuff. Is that unreasonable? If you took those 18 away, you'd be down from 111 to 93 units. I know you're the owner wants to maximize the revenue, but for me, is it unreasonable? Is that an unreasonable restriction if you took some of those units away so you didn't have to take away that full buffer? That's where my head's working. I'm just letting you know that. To me, I'm struggling whether you really meet that C condition. I guess I'm giving you an opportunity to, speak up if you think differently.
Your point is very valid, and it is something that we'll have to work with the underlying seller of the property on to see if we can find a solution. And perhaps that's possible. It sounds like that might be something we have to explore.
Okay.
But I don't have an answer whether or not they would accept a proposal from us as the buyer, if that actually financially works for them. My concern is if it doesn't, I just don't know that another builder partner is going to be able to be the catalyst here to see the growth that really needs to happen on this property. So that would just be the concern, and I can certainly express that to the seller and try everything that we can.
Yeah, okay. I appreciate it.
I've got a question to staff while we're there. So the variance is the removal of the trees or the vegetation in the buffer. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a requirement for the buffer? Meaning, if there were 3 trees there, would they have to come back and create?
Yes, our code does say that if there is lacking vegetation within our planting standards for that specific buffer, that they would have to supplementally plant to meet those standards.
Okay. Any more questions for the applicant?
I'll just say, I agree with Barbara's analysis. I mean, you need the variance to develop it as you have it designed, but the property can be developed and utilized without a variance, just not as it's designed. So it makes it very difficult to get over that third qualification.
All right, thank you. We'll open it up for anyone to, let's just do both. Anyone to speak either against or for the project? Okay.
I do want to clarify, bring up a couple of issues. I don't know if you could go to the section that the applicant had showed. I just want y'all to be aware of a couple of planting issues.
Okay.
Obviously, their section differs a little bit from mine. This section is shown at about 30 years maturity. So they are showing vegetation along that full buffer yard. Our ordinance does not allow large maturing trees within 20 feet of power lines. There is a distribution line right on that line that is not illustrated in this section. So they would have to plant small maturing trees for the first 20 feet. That gives them 30 feet to plant large maturing trees in. The additional 30 feet cannot be planted because it is on top of a large retaining wall. The highest point of the retaining wall is about 20 feet. Our engineers would be concerned about the stability of the geogrid and stability of the wall of planting routes. I've had several engineers call me on different projects complaining about planting on top of retaining walls because of stability. So the buffer yard planting would be smaller in height, it would be smaller in width in the proposal. I have land development experience. I've worked on townhome developments myself. You can go down to about 50, 55 feet in length, so they could potentially find a different product, put front-loaded tuck unders in there if they wanted to. They could shorten up the buffer yard by about 20 feet width. So I did want to bring those issues to your attention before you do vote.
If the applicant would like to come back up and make a, okay. So that closes the public hearing. Open it up for a motion.
I'll make a motion to deny the variance regarding the buffer.
I'll second.
I think I was pretty clear on my struggle with condition C and just the unreasonably restriction. I think it is possibly, it's restricted based on this design. I think they can go back and tweak it a little bit where they don't have to come back and you know, ask for removal of that buffer yard. So that's where I struggle with, and so.
Any other discussion? Okay. So the motion is to deny the request. I'm stalling because I'm thinking.
Okay, no.
Just kind of hoping there'd be more discussion. All right, all those in favor, raise your right hand.
Oh, I'm sorry, was that wrong?
All right, motion fails. Next case, ZB 23-4V.
Good evening, Rachel Grothy, zoning administrator. So moving on to our next case, it's located at 3952 Concord Road. The property owner is Ted Nisbet. And the zoning is RMX 10 with the Lake Wiley overlay. And the applicant is requesting 4 variances in order to construct a garage with ADU above. So specifically, they're requesting a variance to size and proportion, location, attachment, and the use of the riparian buffer. So this sort of gives an overview of where the site is located. The project site is a 1-acre lot located at the end of Concord Road. So properties in the vicinity are at least 1 acre in size and are developed with single-family homes. And here this shows the zoning map. Everything in the vicinity, as you can see, has the same zone designation, which is RMX 10, which is mixed density with a 10,000 square foot minimum lot size. The site currently contains one 2,600 square foot home, a 200 square foot shed, and a 450 square foot boathouse. So both the shed and the boathouse are located entirely within the buffer, while a large portion of the house is located within the buffer as well. So the applicant is wanting to encroach by approximately 15 feet into the Lake Wiley buffer in order to construct an accessory structure and a breezeway. So from the plan view, you can see the location of the buffer line that's there in red, and the approximate location of the proposed addition. So this is another view that sort of provides some more detail and sort of the bigger picture. So the blue line there is the approximate location of the buffer. The green area is a porch addition that they're wanting to do as well. It's not a part of this project, though, in terms of needing a variance. The red area is the proposed open breezeway, and then the purple area is the proposed garage with the ADU up above. So here are some renderings to provide additional views. So you can see the proposed garage with ADU above that is connected to the house via an open breezeway. The breezeway is proposed to be 32 feet long and 14 feet wide. The proposed garage will be approximately 988 square feet, which gives an overall square footage total for both of those, 1,436 square feet. So this amount exceeds the maximum 1,300 square foot that this square feet of allowance that this lot has for accessory structures. So if you factor in the two existing accessory structures, the applicant is proposing, so I'll just say, wait, I'm sorry, the shed and the boathouse. The applicant is proposing to have just over 2,000 square feet of accessory structure on the property. So essentially, this would be a variance of 486 square feet. So moving on to the criteria, so the first one being extraordinary and exceptional conditions. The subject parcel is similar in size to lots within the vicinity. Additionally, the project site, nearby lots are developed with single-family homes and accessory structures. So for this particular one or criteria, I've broken it down into the four actual variances. So square footage. The parcel already has 2 detached accessory structures. As such, the available allowance is approximately 650 square feet. While this may not be the square footage that the applicant is seeking, it is certainly enough to accommodate the footprint of a 2-car garage. Therefore, staff finds that the proposed variance does not meet this criteria. And then moving on to location. So in order to meet the location requirement for a detached structure, the structure would essentially need to be located within the 50-foot buffer. So this conundrum is not, of where to locate an accessory structure on a lakeside lot is not unique to the subject parcel. Surrounding houses in the vicinity are located within the buffer, so like legal non-conforming before the buffer came into existence, or located at the edge of it so they can take advantage of lake views. So the solution to this would be to attach the accessory structure to the existing house. So therefore, we've determined that this variance does not meet the criteria. And then moving on to attachment, there is nothing that precludes the applicant from enclosing the proposed breezeway. So not only would this eliminate the need for this variance request, but it would also take care of the location and square footage requests. So as such, staff finds the proposed variance does not meet this criteria. And then moving on to encroaching into the buffer, there are no extraordinary or exceptional conditions that prevent the applicant from redesigning the project in such a way that is located outside of the buffer. The lot is 1 acre in size, large enough to accommodate an alternative design. Therefore, staff finds the proposed variance does not meet this criteria. And moving on to B, so these conditions do not apply to other properties in the vicinity. So based on the previous finding that there are no extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to this property, we find that the proposed variances do not meet this criteria. And then moving on to C, in terms of the applicant being unreasonably restricted from utilizing his property. So the applicant has a route in which to complete his project without necessitating any variances. Attach the structure through a closed and conditioned breezeway and relocate it to an area that is outside the 50-foot buffer. So therefore, staff finds that the proposed variances do not meet or does not meet this criteria. And then lastly, for D, as to whether or not it'll be a detriment, so should the applicant be granted the 4 variances, the character of the district will be changed by a structure that may not be in harmony with the surrounding area, as most of the surrounding lots do not have accessory structures that are in front of the homes, the principal structure. Additionally, the public good will be harmed by the encroachment of the structure into the protected Lake Wylie buffer. Therefore, staff finds that the proposed variances do not meet this criteria as well. And then lastly, moving on to our recommendation, staff recommends denial because it does not meet unnecessary hardship. So I'm available for questions.
Yeah, it's not listed here on the rendering. Do you know where the septic and well is?
I don't know off the top of my head, and I know that the applicant can
Yeah.
answer that. I want to say,
Because there's nothing stating on here where that is, pertaining to where
I want
the-
to say it might be over on the other side, so like to the, I guess, the right side of the house. but
Okay,
you
so it
can-
doesn't really come into play where the placement of the garage is?
No, I don't
Okay.
believe so.
Okay.
Which way? Where? This? Microphone.
Is this a renovation of the existing, is this an addition to the house, or is the existing house being renovated as well?
I believe the existing house is being renovated as well,
But not demolished?
but not demolished. And then this addition is also proposed as a part of that project.
And let me ask a follow-up question. On, I guess what's considered a front.
So the front.
I mean, when you get to the lake lots,
Yeah,
it's almost like the primary, I guess it varies from condition to condition. What's the primary?
What do
So-
you consider the front of the house?
the front is off of the road, is off of Concord. That is technically the front. I get that some folks out on the lake may not call it as such, but that's what we've determined based on the code.
Which is why there's a need for a variance, because if it was in the back, then you'd really be in the buffer and yeah, okay.
Yes, that's correct.
And what was the size of this lot again?
I think
know-
it's an acre or just over an acre. It's an acre.
It's an acre, okay. I know it's on here, I saw it, but, oh, it's exactly an acre, okay, yep.
So if the breezeway was to be closed in, would all of this still be an accessory structure?
No, it would not be considered an accessory structure. It would be considered a part of the house.
But if it was part of the house, would it still not be a non-compliant?
So if it's part of the house, then the only variance, so if they enclose it, essentially, the only variance that they would need
Would be the buffer, right?
would be, yeah, would be for encroaching into the buffer.
Mhm. If they left as is. You know, I mean, the angle and everything.
Yes.
And actually, that would go away if it was slightly smaller.
I'm sorry?
And that variance request would go away if it was only slightly smaller.
Sure,
'Cause it
yeah,
barely
or if it
encroaches.
were,
More 90-degree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And by enclosed, that could be.
conditioned.
Well, there's not a, is that the way the code, zoning code is conditioned?
Yeah, we would need it to be like conditioned
Because
space.
there's not a requirement in the building code for it to be conditioned.
Well, building code and zoning code are
I know, I'm just asking.
completely different things, so we would require it to be conditioned.
Because I don't think you're required to condition a residence.
That's a specific requirement in this section of the zoning code for the attachment part regarding the Lake Wiley overlay.
Okay. Right.
Any other questions for staff?
Thank you.
Okay.
Would the applicant like to come forward, please?
Ted Nesbitt, 3952 Concord Road in York. I'd like to ask if I could pass out some handouts to the board. To start with, I'd like to thank the board for considering the variances that we've requested. I have somewhat of an understanding of why staff declined our request, and I'm assuming that in their job and their responsibility is to follow the rule and the code as it is written. However, and I'm guessing, I think the reason the county has a code that allows for variances is, and the board can make decisions to show that they recognize that there'll be times when granting variances is appropriate and fair. And I believe that our situation clearly fits that scenario. A little history, and I promise a little history. The original house was constructed in 1950. We purchased the property just shy of 3 years ago. When we purchased it, we knew there was a lot of work to be done to it. The house was not in disarray, but there was a significant amount of water damage due to roughly 70 years of erosion and runoff running down into and underneath the house. One of the first things we did was to get a professional in there to rebuild the framework that had rotted, to replace a lot of the columns underneath. The columns now are cinder block filled with concrete. That corrected a lot of the issues underneath the house. In turn, our floors are much more solid. They're not wavy like they were. And again, that damage underneath the house was caused by the topography of the land, which just sloped directly into the front of the house. So to prevent that from happening again, we had a major excavating project to remove a lot of the land out front and change the slope of it. So now the water is diverted off to the side. We basically took land that sloped right into the house, pushed it back about 20 feet, and now it slopes about 20 feet and then levels off in front of the house. Both of these corrected the issue that we had with water and erosion and running in and underneath the house. With that being said, I'd kind of like to address individually the 4 variances that we are requesting. The first one, I believe, is 155205C1, which is the location of the structure. As Rachel alluded to, the wording is an accessory structure should be located at or behind the front building line of the primary structure. But you can tell from the survey, and these are in your handouts, that if I was to locate something at or behind the front building line, I would be in the buffer for sure, and I would also be in the lake probably, trying to build there. If you look at the property, 95% of my property, if the front of the house is the roadside, 90% of the property is the front yard. I have very, very little backyard at all. The house being built 70 years ago, before restrictions and codes, is basically located almost entirely within the 50-foot buffer. So putting a garage back there is not conducive. This leads me into when we did the excavating project out front, taking all that dirt out, it corrected the water problem that we had with runoff. If we were to put the garage directly behind the house is roughly 47, 50 foot wide. We'd have a little path there to put it in. It would create the same issue that we got rid of previously, because the land would slope directly into the garage now, and more than likely having water go into and under the garage, creating the same issue that we finally corrected with the house. That's the biggest reason for the variance being that I'm requesting on the location. There is a couple other ones. There's a lot of existing infrastructure that is located in front of that house. The septic is not on the right side of the house. The septic is basically where the porch is. There's also an estimate in that pamphlet of what it would cost to reroute that septic system, you would disturb a whole lot of land by rerouting that septic, because while we have a solid and liquid waste tank now, moving it, we would not only have a canister, we'd also have a settling tank, and then another solid and another liquid waste tank. I know cost should not be considered, but the cost to move that septic would be between $28,000 and $30,000. Thirdly, on this, where to locate it, has to do with aesthetics. If you driving into the property, if you locate it right in front of the house, that's what you're gonna see, is a 3-car garage directly in front of the house. The house should be the focal point, and we should be looking at the facade of the front of the house, not the garage. The garage being set kind of off to the side there would be very subtle and not the first thing you see when you pull into the property. Behind that survey is a couple of pictures of the land and how steep that bank is coming in. If we were to push that garage out from the house, we would be hitting that bank, and again, a lot of the water and erosion and runoff would be hitting it. The second variance I'll address is the Lake Wiley 50-foot buffer. Obviously, this has already been talked about, but basically our entire house is already located within a 50-foot buffer. Again, built 70 years ago, the code and the restrictions were not in place then. The garage where we want to locate it does go away from the 50-foot barrier, but due to the natural shoreline of the lake curling around, one corner of that garage would encroach on the 50-foot barrier. Previously, it was mentioned if you angled it differently, you could get it out of that 50-foot barrier, but in so doing, we're gonna push it right into the hill where the water's coming down already. And to support that, I've worked very closely with an architect over the past year getting this design right. We don't have plans that we can order. This is something we have to work with what we have there. And he'll verify that what we're trying to do is the right thing to do versus trying to get that turned and going back into the hillside coming down. The amount of dirt we took out of there previously did create a much steeper driveway coming in. If we were to take more out, it would be even considerably steeper than it already is. And we don't want to do that. It drops probably, and this is a guess, probably 22 to 25 feet from the road down to where it flattens out now. And if we were to push it out even farther, that angle of slope would be considerably more. The third issue that I'd like to address is basically the attachment, or 155-205D. This is pertaining to the breezeway. The code, and I'll paraphrase, says something connecting an accessory structure to a primary structure via a breezeway is still considered detached. Again, working with an architect, by putting a breezeway where we want, it would eliminate having to move the septic, because the septic is basically where the front porch and the breezeway is now. And if we had to enclose that or condition it, you're talking about having to put a foundation in over a septic, which obviously you can't do. And if we were to move the septic again, if you look at Autry's estimate there, and he's been in the business for 40 years, we would have to fill the existing tanks with concrete because it's not going to support either a garage or the foundation of a house. And we would be disturbing a lot more of the land because we'd have to put in basically 4 tanks: the canister, the settling tank, and then the solid and liquid waste tank. By putting a breezeway in there, we do not have to move the septic, we don't have to disturb the land, and aesthetically, when you drive into the property, you'll have a view of the lake because the breezeway is open. And the breezeway would still provide coverage to us from the weather when we're going to and from the garage to the house, or vice versa. The last variance request that I want to address is the size and proportion. That's 155-205B2. Unbeknownst to me, I didn't realize when I was trying to decipher the code that it was a total of all accessory structures. That's on me. I thought I was well within the 1,300 square foot allotment I was allowed to have. The boathouse being 450, the shed being 200, obviously that takes me over that. But it needs to be known that the shed is suffering from the same thing the house did. It's been there, it's got rot and water damage underneath it. We're using it for temporary storage now. When the garage is done, the shed's gone. We're gonna demo it and remove it. So I don't think we should count that 200 square feet, that it's gonna be gone. That leaves the boathouse and the garage, which comes out to roughly 1,400 square feet or so. Again, I didn't know the breezeway because I don't know if I understand the code, but the breezeway not being a permanent structure, but they're counting that as part of the footprint. So in the letter from the architect, we were trying to put that garage outside of the 50-foot buffer. That's why it shows the breezeway being 32 feet. It's actually, if we encroach minimally on that buffer, the breezeway shrinks substantially down to about 150 square feet. So we would need roughly a variance of 250 to 300 square feet above and beyond the 1,300 square feet, which is required by code. And I do want to stress that the garage, 90% of it is not going to be in that buffer. It's just one corner that needs to be in there. And again, that's due to the slope of the land and trying to avoid the runoff issue that we experienced previously. I got a couple final comments, and I'll try to answer any questions you have. There are letters in there from several of our neighbors that fully support what we're doing. They've looked at it, and they agree that it will not only beautify the property, but will bring value to the neighborhood. The architect, and you can see in his letter, firmly believes that what we're trying to do is the right thing to do. It's the natural location for the garage. The garage also, with the remodel we're doing, will flow very nicely with the house. The pitch of the house is, the roof pitch is gonna change to a 10-12, which is the exact pitch of the garage, and there'll be matching shed dormers on both facilities, and it'll all be clad in hardy plank siding. It'll match, it'll blend very well together, look like it was all one. And I do, this house will be uniform with other homes in the neighborhood. There's pictures in there of several structures or several homes that have breezeways that are off to the side and in the front yard. Some are older homes, some are newer homes, but that exists in our neighborhood, and there's a lot of them that have that in our neighborhood. All that said, I believe in the plans. I really think that it's gonna beautify that lot and help that neighborhood. And most of my neighbors are in agreement. They all received the postcard. They saw the sign. I don't know if someone referenced something negative or not, but the ones that we talked to that looked at the plans were in favor of it. So if you have some questions, I'll try to answer them the best I can.
Can you clarify the septic tank exactly where it is? I mean, you said in front of the porch.
Yeah, the green on the diagram there, the drain, the porch, that porch is not there now.
That's where the septic is?
Yeah, the liquid, or the solid waste is where the porch is, and the liquid waste would be outside of where the breezeway is. And it's a pump system, it pumps up the hill to the leach bed.
The encroachments into the buffer, based on this aerial, it doesn't look like that it would require the removal of any trees.
No,
The area where it's sitting, so much looks like it's already stoned. Gravel.
it's all gravel there, yes. There would be no removal of any trees at all. And you can ask my wife, I love trees. She does not like the leaves, but no trees are gonna be removed.
You mentioned earlier the garage itself only slightly encroaching into the buffer.
Yes, sir.
Did you consider just shrinking it down to some degree? I mean, what would you store or put in that small area that you couldn't give that up to where, okay, we're no longer in that buffer now?
So a couple reasons for that. Aesthetically, there'll be a room above the garage. That room is basically gonna be a game room when we're all said and done with the project. But it is within the pitch of the roof up there. If we shrink the garage, that room becomes much smaller up top, headroom and stuff like that. We're not trying to put some behemoth outbuilding on this property. We also think the property looks a lot more attractive when your vehicles are parked inside and lawn equipment, lawn mowers, leaf blowers are not sitting outside. That's the reason for a 3-car garage, to have some storage. And again, we are getting rid of the shed that's there now.
What if you would shift the entire addition, the breezeway and the garage, to where the garage is out of the buffer? Would that, I mean, is that a possibility?
That's where I run into the hill. If you look at some of those first photos that I enclosed there. And if I can refer back to the excavating we did, it was not minor. It was 121 full truckloads of dirt we took out of there. The water that runs down that hill, when there's a rainstorm, it's real. It's a lot of water that comes down, and it comes down from a couple 100 feet above us. So there's really not a way to stop it. The previous owners had tried drainage tile and everything, but water still was getting in there. And if we twisted that garage, we're gonna get right back into that hillside and have the same issue that we corrected when we first moved in.
But the grade is, the hill is dropping towards the garage?
It drops from the front of the property, if you look on the survey, it drops from up by the road, which the road is nothing but an easement. We're back probably 2/10 of a mile from Concord Road. And we just own the acre that's down by the lake, but it drops completely down all the way to where the if you can tell the little circle, that's kind of like an island in the driveway. And if we move the garage farther in either direction, either angle, we go into the hill. Where the garage is gonna be with the shortened breezeway, we're gonna have maybe 5 feet that I have to work with to get the water to flow away from the garage. And that's with the shortened breezeway. That breezeway in this diagram is 32 feet. It'll be 18 feet is what we're shooting for.
The garage is gonna be about where your Jeep is right here?
Exactly.
Is that looks like a rock wall?
Nah, that's just firewood,
Oh, okay.
chopped wood that's hiding the propane tank that's sitting back there.
And you said the breezeway is only gonna be 18 feet long?
The breezeway will not be, I think in the write-up, it's showing 32 by 14. It's gonna be roughly 18, 19 feet by about 8 or 10 foot wide.
So in this-
Considerably less than.
In this diagram right here, the garage is actually gonna shift closer to the house?
Yes.
So it's gonna be in a buffer more?
It's gonna be more in the buffer, yeah.
It'll be roughly 100 square feet within the buffer. It'll be about 10 feet on the one side and roughly 20 feet on the back side. And the buffer will cut right through it, so you're looking at 100 square feet.
Okay, you mentioned the breezeway, one of the reasons you wanted, there were several reasons. I remember the one reason is you wanted to make use of your lake view. What was the other reasons why you won't, you're not considering
The breezeway
closing
will
it?
be, the porch will have, a shed roof on it from the
Sure.
diagram.
Yep.
The breezeway will be covered. The flooring in it will be composite lumber, on joist construction. That will not affect or disturb the septic tanks. But if we had to put a foundation in with a slab or whatever, then that's gonna cause the septic to be moved. You can't have a septic under that.
Correct.
And again, I'm just being honest with you, moving that septic was gonna disturb a whole lot more dirt than what we're trying to do with the garage and the breezeway.
So based on these pictures, the one you have here, there's no door here now, but you're gonna put a porch and a door there, right?
If I can walk down.
Sure. Because what I'm looking at, I don't see a door.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes, we're gonna put a door here and the porch will be here.
And then this picture, the entrance to the house is over here somewhere.
Well, the discussion we had earlier about what's the front of the house on the lake.
Well,
Yeah, you gotta walk around to get to the house, the front door section.
so there was never consideration of if this shed's going away anyway, and it doesn't appear to be a hill here, the garage being over there?
We did consider it, but that encroaches almost 100% on the.
I thought we changed it to 9.
I'm not sure what you're looking at on your screen there.
What's up there?
If you can pull the survey up. Page 5 will show you if you're putting the garage where the shed is now, it would be almost 100% into the 50-foot buffer. And there is hill over there as well, it's just not depicted in the picture, or slope going down to it.
Yeah. So if you shorten that breezeway, on this plat that we have in front of us, it shows a gas tank there. Is that propane or is that an underground tank?
That tank is moved.
Oh, that tank is moved?
Yeah.
Okay,
We moved the tank.
all right.
I think Mr. Smith mentioned the rock wall, the firewood's there was just there to
Okay.
kind of hide the tank. It's
Gotcha.
bright white and red and
All right.
So from what you said, did your architect advise you that you cannot build an enclosed breezeway without putting in a foundation?
yes. And I've talked to several builders as well, and they all agree that there needs to be a foundation there. And if we were to get the garage closer to the house, to make it, basically attached to the house, I can't put a garage over those
Septic.
tanks unless those tanks are filled with concrete. The old
Just,
tanks.
you know,
which they
there are
would be.
numerous people that, they follow the pattern. They build a deck and then they put a roof on the deck and then they enclose the deck. And then they build a deck because now they don't have a deck. And it's not built on a foundation. So, it almost becomes like an enclosed additional room to the house.
Yeah, I'm not a builder. I don't know if that would be up to code or not. I can't answer that, but if I'm putting in heated square footage and enclosing it with walls, I would want a foundation. The whole house is built on a foundation now. And aesthetically, I struggle to understand why the breezeway is somewhat of an issue. I don't understand that, but I know that's the way the code's written. But
But we have to follow the code.
pardon me?
We're not allowed to rewrite the code.
No, understood.
Yeah, so-
But there's obviously, from all the breezeways that exist in that neighborhood, and some of them within the last year, they're brand-new homes that have a garage offset and connected with a breezeway. Very similar to our scenario.
I will say, and I'm not a structural engineer, it's been my experience, is you put more concrete in the ground for a roof than you do an enclosed building.
I can't hear you.
I said I'm not a structural engineer, but it's been my experience, you have to put more concrete in the ground for a roof than you do a enclosed building. Because an enclosed building has got a little bit of dead load, but a roof, you gotta hold it down. And so you end up with a lot of concrete in the ground.
Well, I agree with you. There's going to be columns, but the position of the columns, which would be, in concrete, will not affect the septic versus,
And by septic, or is it that's not your drain field, is it?
No, our drain field, we pump
So
up
this
to
is
the
the
drain
tank.
field. These are the tanks.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Any additional questions? Applicant? Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
Do we have anyone to speak for or against the application? Okay, that closes the public portion of the application. I'd open it up for a motion.
Do we have to do a motion on each variance?
Yes, it's 4 different.
Can I just ask staff a question before we get a motion? Staff recommended some conditions. I know they're just recommendations, but if we were to follow those recommendations, wouldn't it eliminate the need for the variances?
Well, I wrote those conditions, predicated on y'all granting certain variances. So, if you choose to grant the buffer variance, so letting them encroach into the buffer, the structure, what I'm saying is the structure must be attached by a closed breezeway hallway that meets that section of the code. But they would still need the variance for encroaching into the buffer. But they wouldn't need it for size or location or attachment. So the second condition is if the accessory structure shall be reduced in size so that the total square footage is not more than 50% of the footprint of the existing house. So if you grant the buffer, the location, and the attachment variances, I'm recommending that the structure shall be reduced in size so that it's not more than 50% of the footprint of the house, which is where the allowance of the 1,300 square feet comes from. And then the last one is if y'all grant the location and attachment variances, the structure and breezeway shall be located outside of the buffer.
To answer the question, I don't know I can break these apart, because in some ways they're tied together. So if it's attached, then some of the other things go away. That makes sense. It's all, I think it, you almost need to look at it as a whole.
If you deny the third one.
Maybe you should start with the third one. Start with the buffer.
Start with 4 and work backwards.
No, well, I don't know if that's the easy one.
Okay, let's start with, let's break them apart, and we'll work backwards.
Because if we approve a variance, for the 50% rule, then the breezeway is suitable. If we approve a variance or make an interpretation, I'm not sure if that's the actual, make an interpretation that the breezeway makes it connected in part of the structure, then they don't have to meet the 50% rule.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm trying to start with the one that's
Well,
cut and dry.
Well, the
but
first
they're not,
three are
because
pretty
even
connected.
even the buffer, if you attach it in the buffer. Yeah, so I don't know where to start.
And in the discussion, it's kind of tough, but in the discussion, if he slides the garage down, that's 100 square foot encroachment into the buffer. But does that include the breezeway? Not, it would.
I'm gonna leave them
And you-
together.
Huh?
I'm gonna leave them together. I don't.
All right, go ahead.
I think it's too messy to try to.
I hear you.
Okay, I'm gonna leave them together. We can talk about each point. You can, I guess if you need to,
It's kind of goofy, because if, you certainly can't, well, I mean, you could improve them all, but if you approved them all together, then one of them is no longer necessary. Either the breezeway is no longer necessary, or the 50% rule variance is no longer necessary.
I think it might just be, I sort of looked at it as saying that the breezeway is okay, that y'all are okay with it. Not that you're necessarily looking at it as attachment, but that you're okay with it.
I would say that's how I view it. If we were to approve an open breezeway that
doesn't mean that it's, that we now consider it closed. You just granted variance to the fact that it should have been closed.
He doesn't need a variance for a breezeway unless it's in the buffer or it's over the 50% rule.
Well, it needs a variance for the breezeway because it's an open breezeway, and that makes the garage a detached structure.
Which is over the
If it's
50%.
a closed breezeway, then nothing is detached. The garage.
That's right, and the only variance we'd be talking about is the Lake Valley buffer. We're on the same page, saying it two different ways.
So start with the buffer.
If I can make just one comment, when we shrink the breezeway,
Hold
we're,
on, it's closed, so let me decide.
Yeah, we would have to vote to bring you back up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we gotta vote to bring it back up. So if we split it, start with the buffer. Does that make the most sense?
Well, we could,
Well, it's one or the
that
other.
one's a lot more cut and dry. I mean, we could start with the first one, size and proportion, and look at the variance for the maximum building structure. And if that variance was approved, then the breezeway becomes not an issue anymore.
But the size and proportion is tied to
The
whether it's-
breezeway.
Whether it's attached or, whether it's considered attached. or
That's
not.
right, but if we approve one, it doesn't matter it's a breezeway. Because now we've given him a variance, he can build it to that particular size, whether it's attached or not attached.
I got it.
See? So we could start with that one.
Okay. I think it's
But
just
I don't know, what I don't know is there a variance for whether that breezeway, a breezeway can be considered attached or not attached? I think that's black and white in the code.
Say that again?
Is there a variance associated with the breezeway? Because that is black and white in the code. For the garage to be considered connected, then that has to be an enclosed conditioned structure. So I mean, that's black and white. I'm not sure how that, I mean, I guess we could give a variance for that, but to me, that's.
I guess it's really not a variance, a reason to request a variance. Is there even a reason to give a variance for,
I think you're down to sort of the buffer and whether we want to allow it to, or granted a variance to be over the 50% rule.
If you're asking my personal and professional opinion, no, I don't think there is a reason to grant a variance for an open breezeway. I would agree with John that the code is very clear on that, which is why we made the recommendation that we did.
because it's basically, it's handled in the location and the size and proportion.
I think so.
Yeah, I do too. Okay, so we'll. Do we remove a request, or do we just to not vote on it and deny it?
Maybe we'll do them one at a time. I think I'm convinced that if we start with size and proportion, we
Okay.
can work through the three.
Let's do that. Okay, so we're gonna, and I'm sorry. I think we're good. Was it, do we want,
So I will make a motion to deny item number 1 in relation to 155.205B2, size and proportion. That the maximum building coverage not be extended by the 50% limitation.
do I have a second?
Do we have a second?
I haven't heard one.
I'll second that.
Okay, wait a second. Open for discussion.
it's a fairly large structure, and it sounds like through the discussion that with a shift in location and some modifications to the breezeway and eliminating the existing storage facility, that I think he's fairly close. Maybe he's there, I can't speak to that, but, you know, as a rule, the county has been pretty consistent about that rule for all types of properties, including lake properties. I don't think I don't see it as a hardship to have a slightly smaller garage than what is currently presented.
My perspective on that, I agree, the clear cut regarding the hardship. Even when we asked, he said he wanted to have a game room above, and that's why it's the size, the pitch, I don't think that's a hardship.
Well, I mean, my only comment is, and it's probably in line with yours, if that had been the only issue that we were reviewing, and we were looking at that as an isolated issue, I feel I would not support that.
I'm on the fence.
We're not discussing fences. Okay.
I'll just say there's always some unique characteristics to a house on the lake. Now, you know, it could be argued back and forth about whether or not that makes it unique and exceptional and all. It seems to me, maybe I'm just parsing words or whatever here, but I'm not so sure that a traditional understanding of an accessory structure includes a boathouse, but I don't know. If you didn't call it accessory structure, I don't know what else you call it. But on a normal lot, you know, your accessory structure is a shed and a garage and whatever. A boathouse on the lake just seems like an automatic to me. I don't know. I'm a little torn on counting the square footage of a boathouse.
What's the square footage of the shed?
Thought he
Did
said
he say?
200?
I don't remember. Okay.
Yeah, 400 for the boathouse, 200 for the shed, so it was a combination of 600 for the two.
But one man's
So he's
boathouse.
doing away with the shed, so he's taking 200 away. Where does that bring him in as far as?
Well, we don't know, but it's fairly close.
Oh,
So, yeah, one man's boathouse, though, could be another one man's mother-in-law suite and game room, and the fact he stuck a boat in the bottom of it.
I wouldn't put my mother in a boathouse. I just wouldn't do it.
Any further discussion?
I'm good.
You ready? Okay, so the first item, motion to vote on is size and proportion. The motion is to deny. All those in favor, raise your right hand. All those against, raise your right hand. Boy, that was stuck. Is that a tie?
it's 3-3.
Motion passed. Okay,
Let's hear another motion.
so the second item would be location. There's a motion for that variance.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Rachel said the motion fails, so my motion
Do
to
we need to
deny
return?
failed. So now we
wait a minute.
need another motion,
that's
not
true.
number 2.
I'm sorry.
No worries.
You're correct. You're correct. So back up. So we need another motion. and yours was to deny.
I'll make a motion to approve. It's probably 3:30.
Have a second?
I'll second.
I'm assuming no more discussion, so the motion is to approve the size and proportion. All those in favor, raise your right hand. All those not in favor?
Do we want to have any more? Well, we didn't have any discussion, really. I'm just-
So we're still 3-3. So what happens next?
Doesn't the motion carry?
Well, I mean, if it tied,
Then does that mean it's approved?
again, I mean, I guess that means it fails.
Call Tony.
So it fails.
We need to
So
decide.
we've had two motions fail. We now need an emotion that will pass.
Where's Tony when you need him?
Yeah, where's the odd man out?
Let's say, get Tony.
So, and we're making that motion, and we're not limiting the amount. So if that motion would have passed, we set no limitations on the size of structure that could be placed on that lot. So, just for the sake of discussion, if we made a motion to allow an increase by 10%, and I can't do the math right now, but if we made a motion to allow by 10%, even after you remove the shed, slide it back? So, just for the sake of discussion, if we made a motion to increase the maximum building footprint by 20%, which helps us ensure that that is the maximum that garage could potentially be, is that a motion? Can we make that motion?
I think you could make a motion to approve with that condition,
Right.
Mm-hmm.
that it not exceed a certain number of square feet or 70% of the home space or whatever.
So you're saying additional 20%,
That is-
along with the 0.5%, or 50%?
That is correct,
Yes.
for a total of 70%.
70%.
So I'm
Okay.
gonna make a motion to approve size and proportion, item, it corresponding with 155.205B2, to increase the percent with the contingency to it's getting late, increase
Yeah.
the percentage to 70%.
Do I have a second? Did somebody second?
And does
I
that,
thought you just seconded.
No, I
does
said,
that
do I
mean,
have a
Oh, do you have a second? Oh,
does that mean the shed has to be removed, or, the Calkins already said he's
he
gonna
can
remove
shrink it, or
It's
he can
just all
remove
on
the
the
shed.
map now.
Yeah. He can
He can
shrink it.
shrink it being the garage, or remove the shed.
Right.
It's all on the map.
Yeah, it's all on him.
Okay.
I'll
Yes.
second, sorry.
Okay. All in favor, raise your right hand. All against, raise your right hand. Okay. Motion passes.
That's just the first part, right?
Yeah.
Got through that one.
Okay, location.
I make a motion to approve 155.205C-1 location.
Second.
My reasoning behind that is pretty simple. It's a lake house. Although the county code says the front is the street, you can go right around in your boat any day you want, and the fronts of those houses are the lake. It makes complete sense for accessory structures to be in the rear of homes fronting Lake Wiley.
I did second.
But homes rear technically being the side facing the street.
when I talk about houses on Lake Wiley, just because of the architectural and the way those homes are built, the rear is typical, the side to the street is typically more rear-like. You certainly do not want to put a garage or a shed
On the
between your
lakeside.
house and your lake view.
Correct, correct.
It's just,
But that would still by definition be the side towards the street.
No, lakeside is not the
No,
side.
we're not talking about the lakeside. The question is, what are we officially calling when he turns off the street onto his property before he gets to the house?
the county code calls that the front.
Right.
But we're granting a variance to allow him to put the garage in the back.
In front of the front part of the house.
In
Correct.
front,
Right,
in front,
in front of the front,
garage in the front.
yes.
So according to the county, that is the front, but according to the folks on the lake, that's the back.
That's right.
Correct.
Well,
We're on
not
the
in my
same
family,
page.
but we
I
have
might
this
have said it
discussion
wrong.
all the time.
Well, and I think generally speaking, that's the case. There are
Exceptions.
exceptions where the neighborhood or streets where the front is the front. But,
Some of them have two fronts.
true. So we've got a motion to approve the location. Any,
And I seconded.
and you seconded, so all in favor, raise your right hand. It's unanimous. So what do we do? The attachment goes away. The need for the attachment,
Goes away.
Goes away.
does that go away? And then what do we do with it?
Because we're allowing an accessory structure.
Because we approved the size and proportion
Mm-hmm.
and the location.
So currently, he can build his garage to the size that he desires
With a breezeway.
with a breezeway,
Right, because it's an accessory.
because we increased the percentage.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
This section of the code defines attachment, physical attachment to the principal structure. So the following examples of physical attachment to a principal structure will be considered detached, that the structure must meet the standards of this section. The applicable one is a structure that is connected to the principal structure by means of an open breezeway.
Yeah, but if,
So just because you're approving 70%, so that's an increase in the allowance.
Mm-hmm.
So just because you're approving an increase in the allowance doesn't mean that you still don't need to
Vote on the
make a
attachment.
decision on attachment.
why?
Well, we can, and even if we deny it, it's the same thing. He can now build that garage to that size, whether he builds a breezeway or no breezeway, because we've increased the percentage. And I don't think we want to vote on it I shouldn't say it that way.
Is that
If we
some-
approve that variance, then he could build a garage twice as big as the one he shows.
Is that something staff can handle? Based on our
Can we,
initial vote? Like,
You see what I'm saying? If we approve that and say that that breezeway makes that attached, he could build that breezeway and then build that garage twice as big, because now he has a variance and it's attached to his house. Which is what I was trying to.
If it was attached to his house, you wouldn't need a variance because it would then be attached. It's a circle.
That's right. So I think we voted on what,
So we needed to vote on that and deny it.
I think so.
Okay. So do I have
I make a motion to deny attachment 155.205D in regards to considering the breezeway as an attachment to create the garage as an attached structure. That didn't come out perfect, but.
Got it. A second. All in favor, raise your right hand. Okay.
Wait, I'm sorry, can I clarify, John, so then you're saying it is not attached?
That garage is not attached if all he builds is a breezeway. But he can go up to 70% of his existing primary residence.
Well, no, what we did was we denied the variance. So he's got that section has to abide by the code. And since it's not enclosed, it's considered detached.
Mm-hmm. Right, so it's still considered detached.
Right.
But we're allowing him to do 70%.
So now we're left with the use of a riparian buffer, or I guess that's the 50-foot buffer.
Mm-hmm.
I have a motion on that one.
I'll make a motion to deny.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Discussion?
I think slightly smaller footprint, it would be out of the.
I'm sorry,
out
what
of
was
the
that?
buffer. I think a slightly smaller footprint and it would be out of the buffer.
Does the breezeway have to be out of the 50-foot?
Yes, yeah, we can't put anything in that 50.
So that's part of this discussion. Okay.
That's right, that's why I didn't think the 100 square foot encroachment, at least, is enough based on the angles coming off the porch. To facilitate the plan, you slide it down, but you still put 100 square foot of that garage in the buffer. Some portion of that breezeway would be in the buffer as well, I would expect. I'm no architect, but
Any other discussion?
I think size can get him out of that buffer. Does he have to have that?
It is a somewhat large structure. Changing that size, it doesn't look to me like changing that size much would move it out of the buffer.
Yeah, I think it's a location thing, and I mean, I understand the concern with the hill, but I mean, there's easy solutions for that, and there.
I mean, if you work within the restraints you've got, you can't build exactly what you want, but you can build something pretty nice and stay out of that buffer.
would it be appropriate to let the applicant comment on that?
I don't know why. I think we've heard. No, you just had a look on your face. So you were going to say something? Okay. All right, any further discussion?
I guess I looked at it, you know, the footprint that they're putting in there, there's already stone right there. It's, you know, stone's essentially an impervious surface. Basically, you're putting, well, in that area of the breezeway, it wouldn't really be well, decking's not impervious, but it has a roof on it, but you're not creating any additional impervious area.
Disturbance?
Disturbance. Well, it's, no, impervious area, disturbance, they're gonna grade more, but
Okay.
I worry about the runoff from the hard surfaces and the pollutants and the asphalt from the shingles and those things. It's not creating it's worse condition or exacerbating the condition it's in now. He's not taking out any trees.
But is it not the displacement of the structure as it relates to the lake? That's the way I mean, I've understood some, I know like the little Sugar Creek buffers and all those, I've had to do displacement calculations. Because it's just not runoff, it's,
Because you're within the floodplain,
well, I mean, lakes flood, don't they?
not to 570.
Okay, but meaning is that a requirement of this 50-foot, or is it just?
I think the intent of that particular 50-foot buffer is environmental for pollution and things like that.
Well, and again, you've got the existing house mainly in the buffer. I mean, and, you know, if he wants to do anything close to the house, it's gonna be.
It's gonna be in the buffer.
It's gonna be tight in the buffer. I mean, if the house was outside of the buffer and he was putting the garage partially in the buffer, I would definitely not approve it. But because most of the house is, and he's trying to kind of make everything flow, and
The shed that he is removing is certainly in the buffer now.
in the buffer, so that kind of.
And to me, from kind of a logical standpoint, if that shed is 200 square feet, and I'm removing that shed, I think it was 200, correct me, whatever the number was.
It was 200.
So if that shed is sitting in the buffer today that is 200 square feet, and I take that shed out of the buffer, and I put back in 200 square feet, I've done no damage to the buffer. Basically, I've swapped out. I think there's even some language in the code, it probably doesn't apply to a shed, but if I took down a permanent structure with a foundation and removed it, then I could put back that square footage.
Well, in this case, he's actually eliminating 100 feet in the buffer.
Right, I mean, he's making, you know, it could be argued that it is
Yeah.
making an improvement
Right.
to the existing buffer by eliminating the shed. Now, I think we would have to put on the requirement that once this is completed, that shed must be removed from the property. And then poor zoning folks would have to
Poor Emily
verify
over
that. But, I mean, it's a swap.
Yeah.
And is it worth, you know, getting rid of an old shed, swapping out that impervious area, and with 200 square foot, allowing 200 square foot of new construction going into the buffer?
Yeah, he's got a unique lot line because of the angle. He's like at a point. So I think there's some extenuating circumstances there too. He's got a lot of buffer. Or
But
most.
he also mentioned that he's got a ton of room in the front of the house. It might be a little more grading, it might require a little more drainage.
Is that the back, front, or the front?
Don't start
Side facing the street, yeah. So-
Grading and the lake never go good together.
So
Turns it red.
What
the
is,
the ordinance actually says land disturbance and new construction in the lake buffer. That's my entire issue, always has been with the Lake Wiley buffer, is that land disturbance and new construction within 50 feet of the lake, it's just a bad idea.
what is the motion's to deny, right?
Motion's to deny.
Any further discussion? Okay, so we have a motion for the use of the riparian buffer. And the motion is to deny. All those in favor, raise your right hand. All those against, raise your right hand. We're at a tie again. Okay, I need a
That's-
motion.
All right. Well, it's gonna probably be split again, right?
We come up with some ideas.
Sir?
Somebody come up with some ideas.
Okay, I'm gonna think this one out.
What if we, so we're getting ready to rid of the shed. That's taking 200 square feet away. Based on my loose interpretation of this aerial drawing, there's a good number of square footage, and I can't really give a number off of area, of existing gravel that will, after that's built, will be on the buffer side of the line. That could be removed, so perhaps if we were lucky, we could recover potentially 400 square foot of buffer if we required that he remove the gravel on the buffer side of the breezeway in the garage and replant, so we get 400 square foot of buffer for 200 square foot of impact. I can't use real numbers because I'm just looking at the aerial, but there's a good bit of area in that aerial that is currently crush and run for the parking. And it looks like there's something behind the two vehicles there, that we can recover that area and have that revegetated to improve the water quality benefits to the lake of that buffer.
Here we go.
Is there a chance that it's kind of a moot point anyway, because at the 70% limit, does the building have to be slightly smaller? And if the building has to be slightly smaller, the building and the breezeway, does it then move out of the buffer?
That was my understanding. It is my belief, I should say it that way, it's my belief that the 70% gives them that size building. The breeze with the building would be shifted, and the breezeway would have to be narrowed to meet that 70%. But the size of the garage would fit in that,
Well,
but
the
I can't
applicant did
guarantee
say
it.
that the breezeway is narrower than in our drawing, but it's also shorter, which
Yeah.
moves the garage more into the buffer.
So that the garage encroaches about 100 square feet into the buffer. And the breezeway would, somehow they're gonna have to come out right there and come around. So that gets smaller, and that gets slightly bigger.
I thought the total encroaching in the buffer was 100 square feet. That includes the part where the breezeway is and where the garage is. Is that right?
We would have to call the applicant back up to verify, but I think when he was discussing the garage,
But we've
he
given,
shifted where the short wall would be 10 feet into the buffer, and the long wall would be 20 feet in the buffer, which would be 100 square foot. I don't think he was including the breezeway in that 100 square feet.
Okay, maybe I misunderstood him. I thought that was the breezeway.
I think he needs more like 200 square feet of buffer area to get the garage and breezeway at that narrower width and closer down.
Well, that's an even swap then
Yeah.
for the
Well, that's
shed.
an even swap between the shed and what we would allow the encroachment to be. And if we required the removal of any of the parking surface, I'm gonna call it, that is on the buffer side of the breezeway / garage,
And put
be
landscape.
removed and restored, then I'm guessing, just by looking at it,
and
that,
let
you
me
know,
add
we're
to
getting a
that.
2-for-1 maybe.
If you remove the shed, there's also kind of a jut out of that impervious area as well that could be removed from the additional.
And you're exactly right. The buffer line was an easy, well, and maybe
Well, we could say it's on both sides, on
on
all
both
sides.
sides. I think that gives him I think that's a fair way to do that and protects the lake even more than if we did nothing.
Okay.
So
I'm gonna let you make that.
I'll
if
do
you want
this
to.
one. Okay, so the motion is to approve the use of the riparian buffer, 50-foot buffer, with the condition that the storage building and all current impervious surfaces be removed from the 50-foot buffer.
You need to limit the encroachment to 200 square feet.
And limit the encroachment to 200 square feet.
Well, if you do that, then the boathouse is considered impervious. So are you saying that that needs to go as well?
We might not want to use the word impervious, maybe impervious parking surfaces.
Impervious parking surfaces. You could debate what a parking surface is.
Well, you could say it's
It's your
above parking.
motion.
Okay. Vehicle parking?
Well,
Vehicle.
but do you address that by saying the surface on the, what do we want to say? The front of the property?
Do you want to say the gravelled area?
Right.
Impervious area, that's the house too.
Yeah. Well, I mean, do you want to say the area that's gravelled?
Yes.
Okay, let's do that.
Okay.
Okay, so do I need to back up?
Okay.
So the motion
We're getting there.
is to approve the use of the riparian 50-foot buffer with the condition that the storage building, the existing storage building, and all gravelled areas within the 50-foot buffer are removed prior to issuing
CO.
a certificate of occupancy.
And it's limited to 200 square feet.
And it shall be limited to 200 square feet.
Good with that?
Do I have a second?
Second.
Oh,
Okay, any discussion? Okay, all those in favor, I'm not gonna reread that. Please raise your right hand. All not in favor? Okay, it passes.
do you want me to make a motion to continue before?
Yeah, probably have to do that now.
Pardon?
Something we had,
Yeah, probably did.
didn't we have to take a vote to proceed past a certain time?
We're getting ready to do,
Yeah.
we're getting ready to do that right now.
I'll make a motion that we continue the meeting once we hit 10 o'clock. And then if we can, I make a motion, and to take a 5-minute break.
All those in favor? you ready? Okay. All right, next up is case Z 23-5B.
All right, our fourth case tonight is Harrison Moyer is requesting a variance from the maximum size of accessory structures. The property is at 1880 Sutton View Road. The zoning there is RSF 40. The property here is in the Fort Mill area. It's just west of Sutton Road, between Sutton Road and Mason's Bend subdivision. It's a .57 acre lot. It was platted in 1963 before we had zoning, so it's a non-conforming lot size. The house was built in 1973. It's a 1,421 square foot home, which would then allow for 710 square feet of accessory structure. You can see here it's a mixture of zoning designations, or it's residential lot size, agricultural, the larger lot sizes. In fact, the parcel that is the large yellow parcel that is partially surrounding this one is owned by a Sutton after the whole area. So, and then Sutton View Road here is state maintained, which gives you an idea of how old the road is. I have a little graph of where we are here. I have the different sheds numbered out. Number 1 is a carport at the end of the driveway. Number 2 is an actual little shed. And then number 3 is the proposed shed. So the applicant wishes to place a 1,500-foot storage building to the rear of the parcel. It will be the third accessory building, and the 2 existing are already at 500 feet. So he only has 210 feet available, which requires the 1,290 square foot variance. And here we can go through the findings. The applicant requests the variance to the accessory buildings because his parcel is less than 1 acre in size. That's the cutoff. If you have more than an acre, you have more freedom. But since he's at 0.57 acres, he does not have the freedom. Extraordinary exceptional conditions pertaining to the particular piece of property. The parcel has 210 square feet available for additional outbuildings, in addition to the existing accessory structures. Therefore, the staff finds this proposed variance does not meet this criteria. So B, since it did not meet the criteria, B also does not meet criteria. For C, conditions of the application of this chapter to the particular piece of property would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property. The existing parcel, while non-conforming in size, can be continued to be used for a single-family residential purpose, and the applicant can place up to 210 additional square feet of accessory structure. Therefore, staff finds the proposed variance does not meet this criteria. For D, the authorization of the variance will not be of substantial detriment to adjacent property or to the public good or to the character of the district. The current character of the district area is rural in nature, a lot of undeveloped land, empty lots. And a large storage structure will not detract from the public good, attested by the support of neighbors. You have those letters in your packet. I've also received 2 or 3 more phone calls, mostly curiosity, wondering what it's for. Once they hear what it's for, they're like, oh, okay. In addition, the structure will meet required setbacks, which protects the adjacent property owners from harm. As such, granting of the variance will not be of substantial detriment to the adjacent properties. Therefore, staff finds the variance does meet this criteria. Since the proposed variance request does not meet all 4 criteria, staff recommends denial of the requested variance. Now we'll go back. Do we have any questions for staff? Oh, and I did have a condition if you choose to approve it. The existing 250 square foot carport structure at the end of the driveway should be removed before the certificate of occupancy is issued for the new storage building. That carport structure is currently housing some of the items he would be putting into the larger storage building. Go back to the site plan.
So in this case, you reference 155-622C.
Right.
Is the text actually the exact text of the ordinance?
Yes, that is the section of the ordinance that refers to accessory structures. The previous variance was based on Lake Wiley overlay.
Okay, so I'm gonna just read the two.
Okay?
Right, and the differences. So the previous case, maximum building coverage of all accessory structures shall not exceed 50% of the building footprint of the principal structure on the lot, or 600 square feet, whichever is greater. In this case, it says on lots less than 1 acre in size, the maximum gross floor area of an accessory structure is 50% of the gross floor area of the principal structure.
Yeah.
The first ordinance actually specifically says of all. This just says of any.
Okay.
So, the way I read that, 155-622C, he could have 3 700 square foot buildings all over his lot.
That is not
Because
the
it does-
interpretation of staff.
Because it does not say all, it doesn't say total, it just says of an accessory structure.
Okay.
So, if we deny it, he's got a case for building 2 700 square foot buildings.
Okay. That's outside my jurisdiction. I don't have that authority.
And in your staff analysis, it is stated that the existing parcel is non-conforming.
Correct, yes.
Can you explain, how is it non-conforming? It's just in total size, acreage?
It's zoned RSF 40, which requires a 40,000 square foot lot size, which is nearly an acre. This lot is only 0.57 acres, but it was platted before we had our current zoning requirements.
What's the requirement? What's the requirement?
I can barely hear you.
What was the requirement for a lot in this?
40,000 square feet, nearly an acre.
What's an acre? 43,560?
I can't hear you, the mic.
What's an acre? What's an acre? I think it's 40, is it 43,560?
43,560.
4560?
43,560.
Oh, 560, okay.
And you said if it's an acre, what does the requirement go to?
If it's more than an acre, we don't have a limitation on the square footage of accessory structures. If it's less than an acre, it can only be half of the gross area of the existing principal structure.
And he's at 0.57.
You know, the way that works is, a wife wants a large house, a man wants a large shop.
Mm-hmm.
So you're saying the husband can only have half as much as the wife?
They share the house.
No, they don't. No, they don't. I've been married too long to know that one.
Are the homes in this vicinity generally compliant with that lot size?
I can't.
I'm sorry. Are the homes in this vicinity generally compliant with the lot size?
No, the, most of these were platted before we had, the zoning designation. So you can see the houses in the corner. Let's see if I can get it, there we go. The houses in this, the parcels, they are vacant, but they are less than an acre. These are very old subdivisions of land. A lot of it was for family members, that kind of thing.
You know, almost all those are Suttons.
So the other structure, one of your conditions was to remove the carport. That's the one that's directly at the end of their driveway. You don't request removing number 2, that's not a condition for, that you would. So, sorry, it's on at least this time. So number 2, you wouldn't put that as a condition. One of your conditions to remove number 1, but not number 2. Why not number 2?
One of the items in his variance request, said if there are any concessions you would allow, or it
Yeah,
was the removal of that building.
as well, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I must have missed that, thank you. Well, no, he only said removal of the
Right, the carport, yes.
Okay. But number 2 is where you said he's storing some of that equipment right now?
I'm not entirely sure.
Oh,
The
I thought you
applicant's
said
here.
that in your thing, I'm sorry, okay. I can ask the applicant that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
If the applicant would like to come forward, please.
Whew.
Harrison Moyer, 1880 Sutton View Road, Fort Mill, South Carolina. A little bit of background about me. I've lived here since 2002. My parents moved here after 9/11. My dad's in the airline industry. I've grown to be friends with the Suttons and the Sprats over the years, and it's part of what attracted me to be where I am. My parents live on the other side of town. It's nice to stay close to them. I'd love to stay in this house and remain a part of Riverview Fire Department, where I've been a part of for 10 years. So thank you for your service that you do to this county, because I understand from a volunteer standpoint. So there's 3 things that attracted me to this house. My friends that are the Sprats and the Suttons, and then the fire department location, which is less than a mile. You can see it straight through the woods. You can run, I think it's about 150 yards to the station. That means I can get there in the middle of the night and get a truck out and get help to anybody in need very quickly. As far as that, I've owned the home since 2014. I had intentions on building this the entire time. Whenever I purchased the property, I saw there's plenty of space back there. That piece is, where the building is located, is 83 feet from my back door. So, you know, the fellow that spoke earlier, that you could fit 3 of those townhomes in between my back door and where this proposed building is. I don't own a business, and I don't intend to start one. Nothing in this building will be used for commercial use. I collect antique tractors, and I'm part of the J.I. Case Heritage Foundation. I fix them up, I paint them, I take them to shows, parades. I really enjoy that. I have a passion for that. Currently, you ask about building number 1. That is currently where my boat is stored. And building number 2 has lawn care equipment and other various tools and different things in it. So they are both full. If you grant my variance, I would be willing to get rid of number 2.
Number 2?
If I can get all the square footage, I mean, number 2 can go. I have the boat that we spoke of. I have a 40-foot trailer to go in the building. I have 2 tractors currently. Looking to acquire a steam engine for, that's my next big project, is to do a steam engine. Nobody has one around Fort Mill, and it would really be nice to bring that heritage around. So what caused this was the significant change in March of 2022. That's why I'm standing here in front of you. Prior to March of 2022, there was no restrictions on accessory structures on what I could build back there. And I have unanimous support from all of my neighbors, every single one of them that can even see that property from their property has agreed. We're all one big family over there. I help them out, they help me out, and I love it there. And I would love to be able to build this building and stay on that property. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer anything.
What kind of building are you gonna build? I mean, what, just a regular, wooden building or
This is gonna be a steel building.
steel building?
And I have It's engineered with farther than beyond what the standard is. I've got 4-foot centers, I got vertical siding. It's gonna be two-toned to where it's black on the bottom, white on the top, and then a black roof, black doors, and then eventually I'm gonna make the house match it.
Okay.
So it makes the property look really nice, and it'll get all those tractors that are sitting under tarps. You can see the outlines of some of them. My neighbors won't have to see anything. The idea is for nothing to be parked outside.
You gonna have roll-up doors?
Yes, sir. 140-mile-an-hour windproof doors.
Do you have to put any kind of, or are you going to put any kind of concrete anchor apron into the garage area, or are you just going to, you know? So
Yeah.
your garage doors, I'm assuming the main doors are going to face the back of the house or towards the road, correct?
They'll face toward Vicki Sutton's property on the left there.
Oh, okay.
So they'll face that way.
So it'll be
and
a
then-
side entry?
Yes, it'll be a side
Okay.
entry. And then I'm planning on extending an apron, like you said,
Mhm.
and an entire concrete driveway that comes all the way out to the road, because currently my trailers scrape going in the driveway.
Okay.
So I have to redo that and regrade it to where they don't scrape.
So will that driveway connect with your current driveway? No, because you're not getting rid of that building number 1, right?
I am.
Oh,
I
you
am
are getting rid of it.
That's going no matter what.
Oh, okay, so when you said you would get rid of 2, you were also getting rid of
Yes.
1, so it would be, okay.
That's correct.
Okay, I
so-
misunderstood you back then, so, okay, now I get a clearer picture, thank you.
Yeah, so that'll be one steady driveway going all the way out to the road.
Mm-hmm.
And it'll be nice and clean, and it'll look a whole lot better than it does now.
Any additional questions? The applicant?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone to speak for or against application?
And a late good evening. I'm David Howard. I live at 1563 Old Terrell Lane in Fort Mill, South Carolina. Lifetime resident of Fort Mill. I'm actually the chief of Riverview Volunteer Fire Department, and I use the word volunteer. Harrison spoke about being a 10-year member with a station. He's fully qualified operator, engineer, driver extraordinaire. In the earlier variance, you talked about the difficulty of getting apparatus down a road. But without people like him, I can't get trucks out of the station. I hope you do grant his variance because he needs a place to put his antique equipment in to keep it out of the weather. Just like any man would want to do with their toys, if you will. But I hope you do grant this. I want to keep him in my area. He's a valued asset to the community and to me. I just hope you pass his variance for him. I know he's got approval of all his neighbors in the area.
All right, that closes the public hearing. Open it up for a motion.
I make a motion to approve with,
Set. Oh,
with the condition that both existing accessory structures be removed upon completion of the new building.
second.
Any discussion?
I just want to add that, thank you for your service for the fire department and all the people in the Fort Mill area that, have had to use your services. I just think that is a key component of why I would approve this, is just the proximity of what you do and the importance of having fire, volunteer firemen close to, where they need to get to the trucks quickly and get to the properties quickly. And so I just wanted to add that and just stress that. So that's, just want to thank you.
Anyone else? All right, so we have a motion to approve the variance with the condition that both accessory structures 1 and 2 be removed prior to a certificate of occupancy. Is that correct, Jeff? Was that correct? Okay. All those in favor to approve, raise your hand. Approved.
That was easy.
Okay, the last case.
Is he recusing himself? Is he recusing himself? Is he recusing himself?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Okay.
We're just talking. I think we're gonna have a beer.
It is 10:20.
Our last case tonight is case number Z23-6V. The applicant is Timothy Lombardozzi, and the property is at 2021 Fuera Road. The zoning is RMX 10, and they are requesting a variance to minimum setbacks. You see the property here is north of Allison Creek Road, near the terminus of Fuera Road. The lakefront lot is within the Lake Wiley overlay. It's also directly adjacent to Palm Tree Cove. You'll see by the zoning designation here, it is zoned RMX 10, as is all of its neighbors. In fact, the entire Allison Creek Road Peninsula is zoned RMX 10. The subject property is a Crescent Recreation Lot. It's not technically part of the Palm Tree Cove subdivision, and it is not under its covenants. The applicant is proposing adding a 2-car carport with living quarters above. RMX 10 has a zoning side setback of 5 feet. The applicants are requesting a 1-foot variance. I did the little line here, kind of show you where the setback that they have shown there is 10 feet. It's actually a 5-foot variance, so I kind of put the red line in there to give you an idea. So Lake Wiley overlay, the property is connected to the home by a breezeway. It's detached. But the square footage of the detached structure is fine for the zoning designation. It's small enough. So there have the breezeway in the middle, detached structure, 1-foot side setback. And we had our staff go out and take some pictures. So this aerial is showing the back of the house with Palm Tree Cove to the right and across the street. You can tell it is not within the buffer. They have plenty of room there. And then the setback, or the side showing where they would be putting the carport, give you an idea of where it is in relation to the neighbor's driveway and the rest of the lot there. And go through the findings here. Extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to the particular piece of property. The parcel has typical topography of lake lots. It has a slope from the road down to Lake Wiley. In addition, the lot is actually larger and more regularly shaped than most of the crescent lots that have been platted. Therefore, the staff finds proposed variance does not meet this criteria. And based on the previous finding that it didn't meet the criteria, it also does not meet the criteria for B. For C, because of these conditions, the application of this chapter to the particular piece of property would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property. The proposed addition to the existing home is connected by a breezeway, a flexible area that can be reduced in width to allow for the proposed addition to fit within the required 5-foot setback. So staff finds that the variance does not meet this criteria. For D, authorization of the variance will not be of substantial detriment to the adjacent property or to the public good. The location of the proposed addition will not block the view or otherwise inhibit enjoyment of adjacent property owners, attested by the submitted affirmations. So you should have those in your packet. The addition will also remain outside the Lake Wiley buffer and complies with the Lake Wiley zoning overlay district's design standards. As such, granting the variance will not be of substantial detriment to the adjacent property. Therefore, staff finds the variance does meet this criteria. Staff recommends that the proposed variance is denied due to it not meeting all 4 criteria for an unnecessary hardship. I will go back to that picture.
Okay, so it looks like they thought it was a 10-foot setback. Because just based on their design here, they have it as a 10-foot side setback, and it's 5. And on this design, it's 4 feet 11, so we're talking about an inch. So,
They requested a 4-foot setback variance.
okay. But in reality, it's only an inch.
Technically, yes, if with the sealed foundation, if it matches.
Okay.
What they're showing is an inch. They've requested a 4 foot, so they could encroach more.
Okay.
So there's, just to be clear.
Yeah,
Okay.
This isn't based on a plat, this is an architectural drawing.
Gotcha. Okay.
Have any other questions for staff?
Good evening. My name's Tim Lombardozzi. My address is 2125 Fuera Road, York, South Carolina, 29745. The first thing I wanted to bring up was the 5-foot setback. And I think I may have gotten off pace there. Could somebody assist and get me back on track? Sorry.
Somebody's doing that.
We were under the understanding that there was a 10-foot side setback. I do have an architect that is with me today too that helped create the renderings that we have. But due to the fact that it's over 15 feet in height, we believed caused the 10-foot setback opposed to the 5-foot setback. So I don't know if there is a way to clarify that, or is it true that the 5-foot setback is what we are dealing with?
My understanding, based on the information we got, it's 5 feet.
On my packet that I was emailed, there was something that did speak to the height of the structure. It said a max of 15 feet had a 5-foot setback, and I just want to be sure that what I am requesting is accurate.
Well, under your zoning, which is RMX 10, the height max is 53 feet, correct?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Which would ask for a 5-foot setback.
Well, thank you for clarifying that. So with this structure that we are looking to build, if it is true it is a 5-foot setback, then it does change the mindset of what I had coming into this, obviously. But there was a lot of thought put into the design of this and where it's located and how it is being built. The main purpose of this is my parents are currently living with me and my wife, and this will serve as their primary living space. So in the design that we do have, it does have a bedroom, bathroom, kitchen. It is a full living quarters, and we tried to minimize the space as much as possible because we had a side setback that we were dealing with, but we felt we had to go 4 feet over. It more looks like we're only going 1 foot over instead. In the findings from staff, they had mentioned that there wasn't any, and if I could get to the point where A was written, where there is not an extraordinary or exceptional conditions. From what we have found, the way that the lot does slope, it does not only slope from front or roadside to the lake, it also does slope, if you're looking at the house from the road, from the right to the left. The only reasonable place to be able to put a structure on my property is beside it where the blueprints originally had a garage designed for it. But my backyard is extremely steep, and you do get towards the 50-foot setback that you have to stay away from. The width of this building was determined by trying to create a full living quarters upstairs. And there was mentioned that the breezeway could be made smaller, but that actually, I don't believe is true because we do have a side porch. We are locating this structure about 3 feet away from that side porch. So that's allowing enough space to walk between the structure that we are building and the side porch itself. Getting it any closer or decreasing the breezeway, I don't think structurally or to code would be able to build something as close as that. And I keep backing out of that, but those are the reasons for what we're building, the reasons for the size and the location of it. I do feel that it does fit the 4 criteria, but I guess at this point we'd be happy to field any questions to help clarify anything.
So in your application, you didn't fill out the second criteria. It doesn't show mine. These conditions do not generally apply to other property in the vicinity? So you want to address that?
Yes, that portion that was typed was actually filled out by the architect as they're assisting in this process. But it is my belief that B wasn't filled out because it doesn't pertain to our situation, and A speaks to what B is trying to clarify. I think in the staff findings, they wrote it the same way, that B does not fit the criteria due to what their findings were for subject A, is how I understand that.
So with a 5-foot setback, seems like you went to a lot of trouble for 1 foot. I mean, to be honest with you, I can't imagine coming here and going through all this for 1 foot.
Did you catch that? I thought it was a 10-foot setback.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is my findings as of this evening, actually. Even with that said, I tried to explain that I can't bring the building any closer to my home, and the restriction of 1 foot could be detrimental to the footprint of it being functional as a main living space for somebody, which in this instance would be my parents.
Let me just interrupt real quick, excuse me. He is correct. It is a required 10-foot setback. So there's a couple different things written in the code. So there's a 10-foot setback and then a 5-foot setback for accessory structures, and that has to do with the lot size or the width of it. So in this particular case, he is required to meet a 10-foot setback, not 5. So that was our mistake in the staff report.
Okay, that changes
So
things.
this is not an accessory structure.
No, it is. It is an accessory structure. It's in the Lake Wiley overlay, so it's,
So it's 10 in the Lake Wiley.
well, it's considered detached because it's got like that breezeway thing, which in any other district we wouldn't think anything of that, but that adds sort of an extra layer. So it's considered detached, and because of the lot size and the width of it, there is a 10-foot setback.
And that's because he's under an acre?
So the lesser setback applies to lots that are 8,500 square feet or less, or 65 feet in width or less. The greater setback applies to all other lots, which is what he would be, all other lots. So it's 10, technically. So what they have shown on their, Marion, can you go to the next,
So are you reading from the overlay?
well, I'm reading from 155.622-1,
Okay.
which is the table that we have for setbacks for accessory uses and structures.
Okay. So basically, you used the wrong one in our packet?
That's correct.
Okay.
And I'm sorry.
No.
Because it makes it confusing.
I would like to also just speak on, because the breezeway was mentioned a couple of times, that's an optional thing in my mind, having a connecting roof. The main reason for it being detached is the topography of the land, the house. As you can see where, it's tough to see on here, but where the front door is and the level of my home is much higher than the level of which the parking would be. I cannot, with aesthetics in mind and functionality, bring the grade of the land up to the same level as the home to attach the two and still have a living space above that would look reasonable, in my opinion. It would be much higher than my existing home, which in this drawing, you can see that the peak of the accessory dwelling unit is higher than my home already. So that's the main reason for it being detached.
So the living area above the garage is only accessible by this outdoor stairway? Is that my understanding? Or is there an interior stairway?
So the way that it's designed, and I don't know if there's images of all of my blueprints that I did provide to the county, but if you see the gray shaded area that's under the living space, kind of
Yes.
where you would park the cars, that's set back. That's gonna be an elevator, as this will be my parents' primary residence for the
Okay.
rest of their lives. They need a way to get up and down outside of just stairs.
Sure.
Outside of that, the stairs you can see in the red box, that's my back deck.
Oh, okay.
So it would connect from my back deck, that set of stairs that you see go up, and connect to what would be their back deck. So that would be their access of entry. If they took stairs, it would be through the back deck.
Okay, so your back deck actually would be a little lower than, taking your back deck, going up those steps to go to their back deck.
Yes, sir. So the top of the stairs in that image that you can clearly see would be the height of their deck, and the bottom of the stairs would be the height of my deck.
Okay.
How wide is the breezeway?
The walking space that we will have from my side porch to the columns that are gonna support this is gonna be about 5 feet in the front, but once you get to the back, I don't know if there's an overhead that I can, I feel like, is that?
There's a picture of your rear elevation on our,
So, where you can see to the left of the image shows my back deck off the back of the house, and you can see the different staircases going up and down. There's a connecting space that you would walk between the home and the accessory dwelling unit that would allow you to go up to my deck or to go down to my patio. That's 3 feet in width, the width of a standard hallway. And that is keeping that building in line with it, but not going over it, because I can't build over that section. So maybe I didn't explain it as well as I could, but I've brought that as close to my house as I can without having it encroach over the deck system that's already been built. But from my side porch to the building, it's roughly 5 feet. For the sake of the neighbors in the community, there is something to be thought there as well. But with this in mind, it will create a wider driveway in which would extend straight from the accessory dwelling unit to the road. You can see the outline of my existing driveway. It's about 1 car wide, 2 if you want to be generous, but with the curve in that in itself my parents and my wife living there with 4 vehicles. I have a car and a tool trailer, actually. I'm in construction, that sits on the side of the road every single day because I don't have room to get in my driveway with the other 3 vehicles from my wife and both my parents. So the hopes of this is to create a much wider parking space in which all of our vehicles can be stored in the driveway on a concrete surface, so it just looks cleaner and nicer for the neighborhood. This was explained to all my neighbors, and that's why I had letters written up in which they signed and showed support. The biggest one that I would affect is the neighbor that's directly next to me, and this is gonna be basically close to their front yard or in the front of their home. They're the other Lake Wiley resident, their home's a little further setback, but they are one of the neighbors that signed and are in complete support of this. Hopefully it brings values up, makes my house look nicer, cleans up the parking situation that I have, and gives my parents somewhere they could live.
I'm trying to get this straight in my head. So to start with, based on our papers, there's a 5-foot five-foot setback. That's right.
That's what.
But I think Rachel had clarified that it's.
I know.
Okay,
That's
sorry.
what we started with, 5. And then Barbara pointed out that it was really only 4 foot 11 inches, so you needed an inch. Then it went to 10 foot. So you're back to needing a 4 foot.
I guess we're originally back to asking what I asked for
4 foot
in my
variance.
application because I was on the understanding that I was
So a
dealing
four-
with the
you need a
10-foot
4
set.
foot variance now, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
No.
No, we need 6.
Or whatever
No,
I
it's
wrote
6.
within my
Yeah.
application, I don't
6
have
feet.
that
Okay,
part in
sorry.
front of me.
Yeah. He's got 4 feet, he needs 6.
Definitely not looking for a 1-inch variance.
Darn.
That would be
This
easy.
is the one time you probably wish you weren't right.
Right? No, I was hoping I was gonna be wrong there, but I felt like it was time to bring it up now and not find out
No.
later.
Yeah, we'll find out later. Okay. And correct me if I'm wrong, but, so this is the only garage where you can park your cars inside. There isn't any on the other side of the house. These are the only interior parking.
That's correct, and as I stated, the land does slope from the side where I'm building the accessory dwelling unit to the opposite side of my lot, and quite a bit. I mean, it would be impossible to build something on the other side.
Yeah.
Right now, that's currently where we park our cars, where this accessory dwelling unit is going to be built. But it's only wide enough for 2 cars, and then again, due to the shape and how it's designed, I can't fit all of my vehicles and my working trailer in my driveway at this time. And, excuse me, ma'am, you were asking about that. This might give you a really good
Yeah,
idea of the
I s-
topography there
Yeah,
on how much it comes down.
I circled it.
Okay. It's a walkout basement, and on that far left side of the house, that's, the whole basement is exposed on that side.
Just,
So you don't really need the width for parking space. You want it, I remember how wide it was, 26 feet wide, something like that?
It's one and the same almost, because it is gonna be an elevated living space, and there are columns that support this to be able to fit 2 cars within that space. To be able to fit 2 cars is required for the space that I'm asking for as well.
A normal garage is 24 feet, but I mean, I guess that still doesn't get you out of your variance. It would if you had a 5-foot setback, but.
Correct. And I believe I'm understanding what you're saying.
Yeah, it's some something in here, one of the pages actually had the width, and it was kind of hard to read. And it seemed to me that it was pretty generous in width if it was just to be used for parking. I assumed that you wanted it that wide because of the living space above.
Yes, sir.
But for living space, would it be possible to extend farther toward the back?
Yeah, do you get close to the buffer? Is it topography?
The way
slope?
that I built my house, it's in line with that side property, so I could extend, as far back as I go, it's just gonna follow the property line, it's never gonna encroach on the property line. But for the aesthetics of it, I believe that making it longer would only add square footage. Making it narrower is gonna impede on being able to set up a reasonable footprint within the house, if that makes sense. In this design, my parents will be left with a 12 by 12 bedroom, and then a closet that takes up the rest of the space. Just because the building itself, and you mentioned the numbers were hard to see there, but it says, I believe, about 25 feet is the width of the whole thing. But due to the fact that we don't want to make this building tower over my home and make it aesthetically unappealing, the interior space of that house is not at the exterior walls. The interior space is coming in on each side about 3 feet so that their ceiling heights are at a reasonable height. If we maximize the width of that building, as you can see, they're very short walls on the side before that roof line starts. There'd be like 3-foot walls in the house before the ceiling started coming up, if I explain that well.
Have you considered shifting it further back on the property so that it could move inside the side yard?
That wouldn't achieve that, because from this image here, it shows that the property line, which is the solid line right below the red line, is my property line. This building is in line with that. So no matter how far back I go, it's in line with the property line. It's always gonna be in the same spot.
And over. Had you ever thought of up and then moving it in so that it,
To go behind my house?
oh yeah. Slightly.
I don't think, without measuring things and checking it, I don't know that I could achieve that and stay outside of the 50-foot Lake Wiley buffer.
Yeah, if you cut 6 feet off of it, you're only gonna be 20, or 19 feet wide. It's not really,
For two-car garage?
that's not space to park 2 cars.
Yeah, this is gonna be 800 square feet of living space.
Thought I saw it was 1,000.
It's 1,000 if you count the downstairs area with that elevator I was speaking to,
Oh,
but I think it's 886 on the top floor, so call it 900.
yeah, okay.
So, somewhat to their point, so we're clear about this, if you did make it narrower but longer from front to back, the issue you would have is possibly not being able to get the 2 cars under there, correct?
I guess it would have 2 issues. A, as you mentioned, you couldn't fit 2 cars in, but B, you couldn't design a livable floor space within something that's only 20 feet in width. It's pretty small.
And it's 2 people, correct?
Yes, both of my parents.
Did you say there was a garage there prior that you took down? No.
No, the floor plan that I picked, that I built my home off of, had a garage.
Okay, so you had a
there.
tear down? Did you tear it up?
This was a new construction, I'm sorry, so
Okay.
I just opted to never build it. It never existed, the garage. It was just on the blueprints that I purchased and built this home off of. So this is technically per the design of the home where the parking should be, where a garage or something to that effect should be.
So initially, when you purchased the house, and I can't remember how long, there was another house here that,
No, it
This
was
is
a
the
lot
origi-
that I purchased, and then I built that home
Oh,
on
okay.
that lot. So the pictures you see are the home I built and the only structure that's only been on that property.
oh, so there wasn't a house on that property, that was a lot?
Yeah, it was just a
Gotcha.
vacant lot, yes, ma'am.
Okay, okay. I'm sorry, for
No,
some
that's
reason I had that there was a house there when you bought it, but
No,
no.
that's okay.
You
No,
bought that house.
no.
Now, when you did buy, when you purchased that house, or purchased the lot to build a house, did you have in your mind that I might wanna put a garage there at a later time? Or was that not even a thought?
It's tough to see on this picture, but it might display it the best, but the topography of the land is, it's quite severe of a slope. You can see from the left side of my house in this picture, how short the house is and how tall it is on the right side. So there were restrictions to moving it further towards where it slopes down further. And if I'm being honest, this wasn't something that I thought I'd be doing
Okay.
when I built the house.
Sure, sure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone to speak for or against?
This moral support, right?
Yeah, I understand that. Okay, so that closes the public portion of this application. Do I have a motion?
I make a motion, we approve the variance. Was it 6 foot?
6 foot. I'll second.
Well, do we have to, it's not what the request is. Do we have to address that?
All we have to say is for a 6 foot, right? Yeah. We can not say 1 foot, but just say 6 foot. Yeah.
But it wasn't specified when it was noticed what the amount was.
Okay. Do I hear a second?
I did say second.
Okay, second. Okay, conversation.
There's just so much confusion over what the setback was, which 5 feet, 10 feet, you know, with originally thought it was 5 feet. You know, he was so close. I understand why he didn't, you know, with the topography, he's challenged to get a garage in there. I just moved to, will approve.
like this. And when I look at it from the argument he's made and the rationale why he did it, I may have probably done the same thing. But this is a rather large structure, 4 feet from a property line. And I don't know, I'd want to be the neighbor.
And I see the need, I mean, you made a good presentation, but I struggle with it meeting the 4 conditions. I just don't see how it's extraordinary and exceptional and that other plots in the neighborhood don't meet the same conditions. I don't see how it meets all 4 conditions.
I agree on the meeting of the 4 conditions. As a rule, I try to avoid variances in my votes for setbacks. It changes the profile of the street frontages, can potentially change, sometimes change the character of the neighborhood. It gets pretty tight to that property line to the left on the screen right now. So I have some concern with it.
Even though it's 4 feet from the property line, the house beside it is set far back, and it's not gonna be anywhere near the house. If there was a house sitting right there, then that would be a different story in my book.
Any discussion? Nope. 10:56. So the motion is to approve a 6-foot variance?
Can I say something?
You may.
Okay, so, personally, with some of these conditions, you know, if it doesn't have a garage, so you're gonna have multiple cars, we have boats, we got all sorts of things. To me, it's more unsightly having all this stuff out in the open than it would be to have a garage where at least you could store, you know, it's a deep garage, you could store a boat in there, you can store a couple cars in there. To me, I know the concern is, you know, the neighbor is right there. To me, if I was a neighbor, I'd rather be enclosed and you could not look at some of the clutter that's obviously there because he doesn't have a garage. I'm just gonna add that too.
I agree. However,
I knew that butt was coming.
No, however,
Yeah.
you know, you look at some of the other properties on the lake,
Mm-hmm, I live on it, yep.
and the constraints are significant.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see this has that, and when I look at, you know, Jeff's point to the conditions that we're to look at, I don't see it.
Well, one point I'd like to make is the fact that if it were just a garage for the sake of a garage, but to Barbara's point, he would also be taking a vehicle off the road, he's cleaning up some of the, but also parameters he has to deal with to build that space for his parents. I mean, I'm sure he's probably considered the home itself, but I'm sure they probably don't want to go up and down stairs. If that's a constraint, they'd have an elevator. So the requirement for building the space and not making it too narrow to make it livable for the parents. There'd be an elevator there, but then also needing the width for the garage. And also, I do agree, if there were a house immediately next door similar to these across the street, pulling it closer to the property line would probably be an issue. But if you look at the one where the structure would go, that house sits considerably further back. And I think if it were impacting them to that degree, they'd probably be here tonight screaming, "Don't do this."
Jeff, which condition, I could ask this to both Jeffs, condition is the one that, it could be more than one, which one are you?
Well, A and B do kind of play together. And it goes back to the case we had before. You could say, well, it's a lake rock, but you can't say it's extraordinary and exceptional because it's a lake rock, because there's literally thousands of lots on the lake. So it's not something that's extraordinary and exceptional, considering it is a lake rock. So I can't see how the application meets that condition, either A or B. It's not extraordinary and exceptional, and the conditions do apply to all other lots in the neighborhood. I will say that I don't see that it would be at least an aesthetic detriment to the neighborhood. But you know, John does make a good point about there's a reason why setbacks exist.
Here's where I'm a little challenged. Prior case, we were told they wanted a game room.
They wanted a what?
A game room.
Right.
He's trying to build a livable space for his parents. Now, I guess he could do it on the back or somewhere, but where's the buffer? And he'd probably be coming for that. So,
This one, he has options, though. This is the
Okay.
design he chose. And I believe, I don't know all the conditions, I don't know all the issues, I don't know everything they went through, but to me, it appears that they have significant land. There are options. You could do the same thing without the breezeway. Might have to adjust some of the floor elevations. I'm not
so
here
you're
to- I'm not
saying
here to- I'm not-
attach it,
I'm not here to redesign this for them.
take
or
the
to-
5
yeah.
foot away and attach it to the house?
I'm just saying that there are options. I think, you know, relative to some of the others, that the options become very, very limited. And I just feel this one has more options, and I don't see this as being that limiting.
Mm.
Which gets to probably the first 2 points. There's nothing extraordinary about it. It's got a fair amount of land.
The other case already had a house that was already in the bucket. It also had a house that faced the lake rather than facing the road. This is the opposite case, so, you know, the reason for the variance of putting it in the front, putting it in the back. So, even though they're both, the previous case was a lake lot, this is a lake lot, there are very few similarities between the two.
Further discussion? Okay, so the motion is to approve variance request for a 6-foot let me restate that. It's been late. Motion to approve a request for a 6-foot variance to the side yard requirement. Okay, so all in favor of approving the variance, please raise your right hand. All in favor of denying, please raise your right hand. I need another motion. I'm sorry.
I said, was there any questions I could field that would help this first motion with a tie?
I make a motion to deny.
Second.
I think there's some things that can be looked at and potentially tweaked to maybe potentially not completely eliminate the need for a variance. But, I mean, we're looking at a variance that's over half of what is just a 10-foot setback, which is a small setback to begin with. I think there's some things that could be done. I don't know, I'm not an architect, but, I think there's just potential where, you know, I think it could definitely be reduced, those impacts could be reduced.
I think if he moved it closer to the house from the breezeway, I mean, he shortened the breezeway. I don't know how much room there is either, but if he shortened it to say that where he only needed, 5 foot, I mean, would that help? Or would that be acceptable? I don't know. Or 4 foot?
I think they would have to look at that and come back with a reduced variance request. I assume that if we denied a 6-foot request, they could come back with a smaller request at a later date. That would be considered a substantial change, perhaps.
Sure, yeah. And this doesn't entirely relate to what y'all are talking about right now, and this might muddy the waters just a little bit more, but thinking along the lines of solution-based, you know, is it a possibility for him to do a lot, you know, to move that lot line so it's not so close with his neighbor? If that's his neighbor that is in support of this project, potentially, you know, that might be something that we can talk to the applicant about, if both of them are amenable to that. And that wouldn't require a variance. I'd need to talk to him. I just have had this thought right now,
I
so.
thought that earlier, there could be a quick claim.
Something, yes.
So basically, the neighbor deeding over,
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
This is going back to the whole 10-foot, 5-foot thing. I thought I heard that the 10-foot was based off an accessory structure. Does it change if it's not an accessory structure?
Yes, and so this is maybe what doesn't make a whole lot of sense and is somewhat counterintuitive. If this were attached to the house, and by attached, I mean not Lake Wiley attached, because that has the whole breezeway thing, then the setback would be 5 feet, because that's what it is for, if this were to be a vacant lot, he could build his house right there at the 5-foot setback line. But
That I've
the,
misunderstood.
but the way that it is, that the accessory structure section, is written, it has the more restrictive setback. And since this is in the Lake Wiley overlay, we cannot consider those structures attached because it's clear about the open breezeway versus if this were anywhere else in the county, I would say it's attached.
It'd be just 1 inch.
Yes,
So, just to reiterate, so
Yes.
if this was somehow enclosed,
yes,
it's 5 feet,
yes,
because it's not accessory. It's connected, so it's.
yes. Or if you want to make the, or if you want to call it attached.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Okay.
That makes a big difference in my head, because
It
now,
does.
now it has dawned on me, if he'd have built that garage with the house, it could be 5 feet off the property line.
Yeah,
And he's over at 1 inch,
yeah.
what he could have built.
Does the breezeway not count as being attached?
It's closed in.
It's not attached
It's a breezeway.
by the breezeway
Because of the Lake Wiley ordinance.
because of the Lake Wiley overlay section.
But if the breezeway is closed in, then it is attached.
Yes.
Well, there's your answer.
I can explain there are different things I can't do that. I would if I could. It's not physically possible. I would be so happy to. I really would.
So, going back to our conditions, let me look at them again. There are extraordinary
I
inception.
rescind my motion at this point.
I don't remember which motion was.
I don't either.
I mean, so there
I
are
remember
extraordinary and
the rest
exceptional conditions pertaining to this piece of property, because if this was not in the Lake Wiley overlay, he'd be
So you
fine.
don't have a motion?
I don't have a motion on the table.
Okay, I'm gonna put one out. So I make a motion that we approve the variance with a 5-foot, with a 5-foot variance to the required setback.
5-5?
Second.
Okay, well, okay, so there's a second now.
Did you have a condition or anything? Sorry.
Well, so, I mean, here's my thinking, is first off, if we got over the semantics of whether it was attached or not attached in Lake Wiley or not Lake Wiley, he could build up to 5 feet. So basically, that's my concession, you pull it back a foot. And it gets it to where it's reasonably like every other property in York County. The other thing I'm looking at as I look at this picture, is in my mind, the best place to solve his issue without getting a variance is either attach it or to slide it behind the home and over a little bit. And I actually think where he's got it is probably, given the other structures and other homes, it's probably as good a place as any. It's probably the best place. In fact, I think sliding it behind, which he could do without any kind of variance, he could slide it back and over. I think for his neighbor, that's actually a worse solution. That's my thinking.
To attach it, you need 1 foot.
I think he's 1 inch over the 5-foot line.
Well, I'm just saying he's got to move it so it's 5 feet off.
There you go. I'm
Yeah,
okay.
I mean, I don't, at that point in time.
and a second to approve it 5 feet.
Prove a 5-foot variance.
Any other discussion?
Not for me.
All those in favor, raise your right hand. All those against, raise your right hand. Okay, passed.
So we 9, 6 feet and we're 3.
Yes, we just did.
Well, we'll just tell you what.
I make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor?
Let's stay longer.